Hey everyone, how are y'all? White Widow Baby, how are you? Hey Scott. Let's see. Everyone else hope the trial gets over before bad weather hits Ohio. Oh wow. Hey Dan, how are you? Hey Sandra, how are you tonight? Okay. Judy, they're bad. Amazing Tiff, how are you? Cheryl, where are you located at that it's gonna be that cold? The amazing Tiff, I'm doing good. It has seriously been like in the 80s here. It's supposed to storm all day tomorrow though, so that's gonna suck. Oh, that's right, Cheryl. I forgot you're in Canada. Hey, Emerald Queen, how are you? Werewolf Queen, how are you? Pickle me, Emma. Yeah, I saw that. It's supposed to start raining at like 8 o'clock in the morning here, and it's not supposed to stop until I think Thursday night. Lori and CJ, how are you? And that is just going to make everything around here worse. Emerald Queen, it was like that here today too. Hey, see you too. How are you? Is this live or am I losing it? Nope, I'm live. I've been live pretty much all day today. Some guys were here today digging up grass, knocking cement off downstairs window. But are they fixing them, Cheryl? Crime Crazy, how are you? Hey, Jessica Len, how are you? Oh yeah, so you two, I actually got up at 8:30 this morning, even though I went to sleep at like 3 o'clock. I went ahead and got up and finally got the audio situation fixed, and then listened to that crazy phone call that Gannon's dad had with Letecia. Scott, you can keep all of your cool air you want. It's actually nice down here tonight. It's 77. Wasn't too bad. I mean, it was hot today, but uh, the wind was blowing. It was cloudy, so it wasn't too bad. Well, Judy, we're going to go over some of the stuff that happened today with the Letecia Stauch case and the phone call. Like they opened the trial up to some craziness. I was questioning why they even put the dad on the stand at the very beginning of the trial, but today I seen why. The phone call that he had with her was just nuts. And you could clearly tell that her attorneys did not want to be there. Uh, they were very embarrassed. And then she sit over at the end of the table with their head down the whole time. Never looked up hardly. At one time, it did look like that she was wiping tears away off her face, but it's a little bit too late for that. Hey, not my sunshine. How are you? Uh, Not sunshine. Troll has got out there and started his garden and stuff, but now he can't do any more of it because of the rain coming. Lori and CJ, we were in my chat and we were kind of making fun of them because you could just tell, like they know that she did it. They know that she's guilty, but it was just like they were completely embarrassed from that phone call and the way she was acting on the phone call and the way the things that she was saying. And the dad was clearly talking to her for law enforcement. Um, but like she would say something and he would catch her in a lie and he would have to call her out on it. Emerald Queen, we have 8, every single one of them except for 2. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if she pulls some kind of antics in the courtroom. I was just waiting for her just to stand up and be like during the phone call, like, okay, I did it, I'm guilty, send me on to prison. Because you could just tell she didn't want to listen to the phone call at all. She didn't want to look up at anybody in the courtroom. Even at one point, her attorney that was sitting next to her was almost like he was covering his face, like he didn't want people seeing him in there representing her. See, you two, the kittens are good, but them things are bad, y'all. Oh my gosh, they are so bad. Yes, Marissa, she had her hands like covering her ears, like uh she did not want to hear it, what was being said on that phone call. Hey J-Luck, how are you? She wasn't having it. Okay. Didn't her attorney? Yes, I believe. I missed part of the opening statements yesterday, but yeah, he pretty much said, from my understanding, she's guilty, but she did it um, and had a psychotic break. Cheryl, yeah, it'll be on tomorrow. It starts at 9 o'clock Colorado time, which wasn't too bad for me because that's 10 o'clock my time. Jan, how are you? Oh, musical, they're so bad. I'm telling you. And I don't believe the whole psychotic break either. Like, and she even used the word premeditated. People in life premeditate things, is how she put it. Hey, Mara, how are you? Um, she let a lot of things slip when she was talking to the dad, and he would catch her in it. And is there anybody in here who is not familiar with this case? Because if they're not, I do have a timeline that I can go over real quick. But if everybody in here is familiar with it, then I will go on to the article that I have that's talking about what all went on today. Yesterday, I could not believe our justice system allows that garbage in the courtroom. When I clicked on it, Lori and CJ, her attorney was giving his statement, and he was like super slow. Hey, Sheila. Okay, so Sheila, you're not familiar with the Gannon Stauch case? Okay. I have a timeline. Musical is not either. Okay. Yeah, let me grab the timeline then. Hey, Christy, how are you? And I can go over the timeline. Anthony, how are you tonight? Okay, let me get it pulled. Yes, Cheryl, he was only 11. And I read a thing today where he was stabbed 18 times. They found a bullet in his skull and that he had been beaten. Emerald Queen, you're not familiar with the case either? With the Gannon Stauch or Letecia Stauch case? And J-Luck, are you planning on going? Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see. I really want to go to the courtroom in the morning. I don't think they will let me in. Going to check again. Does anyone know about how this works? If it's completely open to the public, you should just be able to go as long as I'm sure you would have to be there before 9 o'clock. I'm sure they're going to open the courtroom. I would say probably 8:30, 9 o'clock your time. And I mean, if it's completely open to the public, they should just go ahead and let you in. Let's see. Oh, Sheila, you're fine, honey. Hey, honey, how are you? Okay, let me get this pulled up here. We'll go over it. Jan, you doing okay? Okay. See, it's heartbreaking. So heartbreaking to hear what that little boy must have went through. I mean, just the things that Letecia was saying when she was on the phone with the dad and talking about um, he had gotten burned, and that was one of the things that the dad called her in. She said that it where he had gotten burned, it had bubbled, and the dad was like, "Well, did you give him like any children's Tylenol or anything like that?" And she said, "No, he wasn't hurting. Or he didn't say that he was hurting, and that she put some aloe on it." And he was like, "Well, that's That's kind of funny because usually whenever he gets just a scratch, he wants a Band-Aid. But his arm is burnt to the point where it's bubbling. He's complaining that, or he's not complaining that he's hurting. So like the dad knew when he was talking to her on that phone call that she was lying. Cheryl, she was Gannon's stepmom. So her and Gannon's dad were married at the time. Okay, as long as they have room, you should be like, yeah. I mean, the courtroom today didn't look like it was like super packed. No, Cheryl, the dad wasn't involved. He is in the military, and he had left and went to Oklahoma to do some training. And while he was going to Oklahoma, that's when she did what she did. Okay, so this is it says 2 years later, timeline of events leading to disappearance and death of Gannon Stauch. And you can just see the pure evilness in Letecia. Okay, so 2 years ago, Thursday morning marked 2 years since Gannon Stauch initially went missing. And this came out like January the 27th, but it is the timeline of everything that would happen. Okay, this is she was at the FBI on the phone call. Oh, they said he was at the FBI. So during the time that they started playing the phone call, I was having audio issues. When he was on the phone call with her, was she in jail during that time? Let's see, if you're so badly burnt that it stops hurting, that means severe damage. I wonder if he was really even burnt, though, honey. Because I also heard, and the reason why I was asking is because I had heard her say something about when her phone had went out that she didn't have a phone number or something like that, and she was on on Wi-Fi. And I was thinking, well, okay, if she was in jail at the time of the phone call, then she should have realized that something was up because the phone call wasn't timed. It was, I don't know, 30 something minutes, maybe 40 minutes on a phone. The phone call was. And I think she kind of knew at some point that maybe he was talking to her for someone else, because she even asked him, like, who do you have listening to my phone call? Who is there with you with, and you have me on speaker? Okay, thank you, Jan. So other than the insanity defense, it's kind of clear she was involved. Did it? Opinion. Oh, for sure, more. And she knew exactly what she was doing. She had it all planned out. She had the whole crazy story of the Craigslist dude that was selling a bike. She went to meet him, but it was like a weird place. Um, then this dude broke into the house and SA'd her. Had Gannon, left with Gannon. Then the dad was like, well, how come none of the cameras had him leaving? And she tried to make up uh, an excuse. Well, maybe it was the angle of the cameras. It just a bunch of craziness that she was talking on that phone call. Did she say why she did it? Well, she pled guilty to begin with, and then she turned around and changed the plea to, I'm sorry, she pled not guilty. Then she changed it and pled not guilty by reason of insanity. No, Cheryl, they didn't. And her attorneys are trying to say that she did it because she had uh, a psychotic crack, is what they said. Which I don't believe the whole insanity thing. She completely knew what she was doing. She told her daughter to go to the store and get cleaning supplies. She cleaned up his entire room. She got all the blood out that she could get. Like she knew exactly what she was doing. She ain't crazy. Okay, so it says in the case it stayed with many of us, it shook people around the nation. On January the 27th of 2020, Stauch was reported missing from his Colorado home. So, 4 weeks, a community and police officers searched for him. Then, in March of 2020, Gannon's body was found in a suitcase near a bridge in Florida. She's like, a musical, I agree. Hey, Vapor, how are you? Okay, so Vapor, we're talking about just kind of like recapping the whole Letecia Stauch day 2 trial thing that went on today. But there was some people in here that's not familiar with the case. So I'm just going to go through a timeline of it real quick. Pam, how are you? CU2, they lived in Colorado. All right, so according to the preliminary court testimony, he had a gunshot wound and blunt force trauma with a fractured skull and sharp injuries in the chest and back. They said that she stabbed him like 18 times. Shortly after his body was found, police arrested his stepmother, Letecia Stauch, in Myrtle Beach for first-degree murder and tampering with evidence. Like, this woman is just crazy, y'all. Jan, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Yeah, see you too. Okay, so, and all this should be in the timeline, but so she murdered him in his room. She cleaned the room up. She took him and dumped his remains in Colorado to begin with. Then she rented a budget van. Her and her teenage daughter drove down to Florida, and they have it where she checked in to one of the hotels down there. It was close to Pensacola. Later on, like the next morning, like at 4:30, they have her where she drove to this bridge through the suitcase that he was in. Like, she put him in a suitcase, put a pillow in the suitcase and some bedding in there with him, and threw him over a bridge. Then her and her daughter checks out of the hotel and goes to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and that's where she was arrested at. Jay, look, I just don't see how the daughter didn't know. I mean, she rode all the way with her mom from Colorado all the way to Florida. Like, she had to have known. And it's just a whole big, like, she tried to say first that he left and went to a friend's house and didn't come back. So basically he ran away. Then somebody broke into the house and they took him, and she's had like 4 or 5 different stories. Right, Cheryl, that is true. The girl was 17, her daughter. She should have known something. Okay. So it says she appeared before a judge Thursday in Colorado, exactly 2 years to the day since she reported Gannon missing. Like I said, this did come out in January, but I'm just going over it right now because there were some people who wasn't familiar with it. If I see Harley, I'm telling her something. Like I said, Jay, look, just don't get in trouble. Okay, C2, what are you confused about? I'll see if I can help you. Because this is another one of those crazy cases. Okay. Yeah, they lived in Colorado. The dad, when it happened, had left because he was in the military. So he had to leave and go down to Oklahoma. That's why he wasn't there when it happened. It was Letecia, Gannon, and Letecia's daughter. She murders him, has him in her car when the police come to the house. They're looking for him. She takes his body, dumps him in Colorado. That's when she then goes and rents the van, goes back and picks him up. Her and her 17-year-old daughter drive down to Florida with him in the van with them in a suitcase. Hey, Dreamcatcher, how are you? They said that it was him, some bedding that was wrapped up around him, and a pillow that had two bullets in it, all in the suitcase. And the dad, even when he testified today, he was talking about how big the suitcase is. Okay, at least one, this isn't a whodunit. We must have, yeah. Marissa, that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm saying I think that like the daughter had to have known. Yeah, there is another suitcase trial that's the Sarah Boone woman, but I think that one starts April the 10th, right? That's what I got down on my notes. Just give them as much evidence as possible while trying to hide the body. Well, they did find a piece of particle board that had, and this is whenever they were looking for him. They were doing the searches. They had found a piece of particle board that had Gannon's blood on it, and they think that that's where the head trauma came from, or the skull fracture. So, wait, Marissa, Sarah Boone's has been delayed till June? It was a construction worker. Wait, what up, baby? Oh, wow. See, I didn't know that they had moved hers to June or July. Is it June or July? That is crazy. Hey, Gigi. Well, it seemed where somebody else said that they heard that BK's trial may get moved to, so hopefully it doesn't get pushed back. Hey, Cherokee Raider, how are you? I survived the surgery today. Oh, well, that's good, Cherokee Raider. Okay, so either June or July. It's one of the two. Either way, it was pushed back a couple of months. Oh, wow. Need to find someone else for spousal abuse. Mm. All right, let me get back to this. All right, so ABC affiliate KRDO reports that Stauch appeared in person after failing to come to the jail for her last couple of appearances. They said that she had stayed quiet through most of the hearing, only briefly consulting with her attorney. During the court date, the judge authorized a search warrant for her iPhone during the investigation, and investigators who were able to search through all of her texts, call history, social media posts, and her GPS locations, and her access to her home's Ring doorbell system. And for those who listened to it today, she was complaining about that they had taken her Apple iWatch and all this and that. Okay, so July the 11th. Okay, thank you, Mar. So, and it says as she awaits trial in court, she's pled not guilty to numerous charges against her. They reported to the court that the court is planning on calling hundreds of people for the jury pool. They'll call 70 per day until they are able to get the 16 jurors who will be able to sit through 6 weeks of trial, only 12 of which will decide Stauch's final verdict. See, this one is saying 6 weeks. I've heard it's going to be 8 weeks. And it's supposed to be, I believe, like 50 witnesses, I believe it is. Okay, hold on, y'all, because this was not the right. I need to find the timeline. The heck did it go? Hmm. This is going to say timeline, but it didn't even have the timeline on here. See, construction highway worker found the suitcase in Florida. Yeah, and I believe tomorrow they said that there's supposed to be some people coming up from they're supposed to be there from Florida. It's in Colorado. See you too. Okay, just 1 minute. I'm grabbing my next thing here real quick. Okay. One Jura Matters, how are you? Okay, so Gannon was already in the suitcase, and the suitcase was already placed in the car trunk by Letecia before Ellie were on scene at home. An officer searching the house looked in the trunk and didn't look inside the trunk. That is crazy how they were literally there looking for this little boy. Hey, Dub. And he was sitting in the trunk of her car. And they didn't find him. Cheryl, no, her daughter hasn't been charged. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? So I don't know if she's taking the rap for her daughter as well, or if they have determined that the daughter didn't have anything to do with it. 9mm, what do you mean, am I okay? Yeah, that's what they were searching. I would think so, Vapor. I mean, with them being that close, like he's literally sitting, and I believe her car is I believe it was an SUV. He was like right there. And I didn't find him. I was trying to see what 9mm was talking about, if I was okay. Should have picked on her body language. This woman's crazy. Wait, what's wrong with Stone Gator? Oh, your side effects. I remember you telling me about the medicine earlier. Okay. Where's the date on this? So this came out today. Gannon's father becomes suspicious of stepmom, began cooperating with investigators. Let's see, well, wasn't the daughter charged or bare minimum? Emerald Queen, she was probably questioned. Like I said, they might have just determined that she had nothing to do with it. So it says Gannon's father worked with investigators and placed pretext calls to Letecia Stauch. Audio from them was played in court Tuesday afternoon. Okay, let me get all this stuff from pulling up on the screen. So this is in El Paso County, Colorado. I forgot who it was that had asked where it was at. I couldn't remember the name of the county. I just got out on this new business once a week shot. It helps you lose weight. So oh, Stone Gator, hopefully the side effects aren't too bad for you though. Pam, that phone call was crazy. And then she kept telling him she wants him to be honest with her. So he was like, okay, well, you want me to be honest with you? Did you kill Gannon? Like, he just came straight out and asked her. And she kind of flipped out at that point. And then he tried to say, okay, well, did something like an accident happen and he died and you freaked out? If that's what happened, tell me the truth and we can help you. And she still denied it. Yeah, Stone Gator, I'm sure you're going to be fine. Oh my gosh, everything keeps popping up. Oh, she got mad. And them attorneys was just like, they did not want to be there. You can just tell, like they were embarrassed, hiding their face. One of them was going through their phone. Uh, she was sitting there with her ears covered because uh, she didn't want to listen to the phone call. All right. So it says the father of Gannon Stauch took the stand Tuesday and detailed the moment that he became suspicious that the boy's stepmom knew more about the boy's disappearance than she was telling him. Letecia Stauch is accused of killing 11-year-old Gannon in his bedroom on January 27th of 2020. Opening statements in her first-degree murder trial were given Monday in El Paso County District Court. Al Stauch, who was in Oklahoma for military training when Gannon went missing, was the first witness to take the stand. He flew home immediately, got involved in the search for his son. He said that he found it odd that Letecia Stauch had told him that she had rented a car to do searches for Gannon out of concern about going over the mileage on her lease. Now, who in the hell in their right mind is worried about the mileage on their lease when there is an 11-year-old kid missing? So he said Letecia Stauch told him that she had left her car at the elementary school where she worked, and when he went to the school, it was not there. I drove around the school 3 times just to make sure that I didn't miss it, Al said. That was a key moment. She knows more than she's telling me. It was at that time he said that he called the sheriff's office and told them something wasn't right, and later began cooperating with investigators by taking part in pretext phone calls with Letecia. Audio from several of those calls was played during court Tuesday afternoon. They're supposed to be playing, I think there is 2 more that they have, I believe. I know they're supposed to be playing one tomorrow. So whenever court starts up in the morning, Gannon's dad will be back on the stand. Her story changes over and over. Wasn't she taking an AirPod out of her ear when the lady caught? But Pam, she was taking something out of her ear. Someone had gotten her on camera where it looked like I don't know, she might have had them like down in the neck of her shirt, but it did look like she had pulled them out and had stuck them in her ear during the time that the phone call was playing. Clearly, she didn't want to hear the phone call. Okay. All right, All right, so it says 2 days after Gannon went missing, Al testified that Letecia Stauch told him a man had broken into their home, arred and attacked her, and took Gannon. He said that he asked her, why were there no signs of a struggle in the home? And she replied, I cleaned it up, I got scared. Letecia also provided additional details about the supposed attack and the audios of calls with her then husband. She said that investigators were barking up the wrong tree as they focused in on her instead of the man that she said attacked her and took Gannon. She was all about herself in that phone call, crying and boohooing, talking about how people were looking at her, how they were talking about her, and all she wanted was her family back, and blah blah blah, and all this and that. CU2, I don't know if it's going to take a full 8 weeks. Some are saying 8 weeks. I have heard 8 weeks. Some other articles that I've read are saying that it's only going to be 6 weeks. So in the audio, Al confronted Letecia about why none of their neighbor's security cameras showed Gannon or her attacker leaving the residence, and she suggested that it was the angle or the direction of the cameras that the cameras faced. At one point in the call, Letecia asked Al if he thought that she did it, to which he responded, "I don't know." And he just straight up asked her, like, "Did you do it? Was it an accident?" And you freaked out. Then he asked her if Harley, which is her daughter, uh, had anything to do with it. Um, did she do something to him? And it was all like she was clearly lying the whole time. So while on the stand, Al described numerous instances during their relationship when she had been manipulative and deceptive. In one such instance, he testified that Letecia sent him an ultrasound claiming that she was pregnant with twins. She never gave birth to twins, and he testified that he had never gone to a medical appointment related to a pregnancy. He said that he was confident that Letecia never went to the doctor either. He also testified that she told him that she was injured at the school where she worked by either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her. He said that he never observed any injuries from such an incident. Like, you can just see she's not crazy, but you can just see the evilness in her. So he also testified that Stauch admitted to making up stories about burglaries at their home and at one point claimed that Gannon had threatened her with a knife. No threats out of Gannon, ever with or without a knife, Al said when asked if he had ever witnessed anything like that. He said that the last time that he saw his son alive was at the airport on January the 25th, 2 days before prosecutors alleged that he was murdered by Letecia. She does have a punchable face. Yeah. She's got that Richard Ramirez stare. Like, just that. Hold on just 1 second, y'all. I need to mute for just a second. Okay. Her face reminds me of Drop Dead Fred when he gets stuck in the fridge. Hey, Patty, how are you? Let's see. Letecia screeched for 2 straight hours on the phone call, making up crazy stories about taking a breath. She has a wild imagination. The woman is just crazy. Okay. So he said that the last time he saw his son alive was at the airport on January the 25th, just 2 days before prosecutors alleged that he was murdered by Letecia. Me and Gannon were at the top of the stairs and I gave him a hug. I always used to rub my fingers through his hair, and I just told him that I love you, Al testified. And something that I would always tell the kids when I had to leave or that they would go back to their mom's house, uh, you'll always be in my heart, and I'll always be in your heart, and I'll see you when I get back. And he said, "Okay, Daddy, I'll see you whenever you get back." I remember it like it's yesterday, he said. During testimony, Al described a large green suitcase that was in the storage room of his house. He identified it as the same suitcase found under a Florida bridge with the son's remains inside. There were a few things that were broken on it, Al said, but the size was a big thing. I remember how large the suitcase was. On the stand, he described how Gannon was born 4 months premature and only weighed about 1.5 pounds. He said he didn't get to hold him until he was about a month old. The last time I got to hold him, he was in a box about that big as well, he said through tears 6 months after he died. And I will say one thing. This man knew that Letecia was lying when she was on the phone with him. He was catching her in all kinds of lies, and he was calling her out on it. She would say something, and then they would talk a little while longer, and she would be talking about the same thing, but she would say it different, and he would catch her. He held it together throughout that whole phone call better than any parent I ever seen. I, I, I don't think I would have been able to hold it together like he did, especially knowing that she's lying. Okay, so all right, so that's the one that came out today. So Colorado does not have the death penalty anymore. I'm sure she'll get life, but then again, she is plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Okay, let me just check one other thing. So I kind of got a lot I need to get through tonight. Okay, I felt he was very angry, rightfully so. At the end of that call, he got off very quickly, and he just kind of like cut her off. He was like, "I gotta go," and she kept begging him to stay, and he was just like, "I gotta go." I don't think she's insane either, 9 millimeter. Absolutely not. If you're insane and you do something like that, you don't go tell someone to go buy all these different cleaning things, clean the whole thing up like she did, go put this person's body in one place, go rent a vehicle, go back and pick the body up, and drive however many miles it was from Colorado down to Florida. Hey Ray, how are you? She knew what she did, and saying is an excuse. May she rot in hell. Yeah, that is true. She not remember everything that supposedly happened. No, I mean, if she was having a psychotic break, do y'all think if she truly was having a psychotic break, do y'all think that she would have remembered anything? Like, would she would have come up with some elaborate story? She had this whole thing planned out where she was talking about she's supposed to meet this guy. Like they went to Petco, and then she's supposed to go meet this guy about some dude that from Craigslist that was selling a bicycle. Talks about where she went out to where she was supposed to meet him at, and it was all sketchy looking, so she didn't meet him. And right, I'm doing good. How about yourself? Hey Jerry, how are you? P Fox, how are you? Oh, P Fox, that is true. I forgot about that. The dad had asked her something, and she was like, "Oh, wait a minute. Let me look through my notes for a second." And then she said something about she had a. I don't know. I couldn't make out if she said she had a notebook there or she had a book there, and she like made a noise with it or whatever when she was talking to the dad. But yeah, she said he asked her something, and then she was like, "Oh well, let me look through my notes." And I even asked it in the chat, like, "What would you need notes for?" Hey Treasure, how are you? Okay, so too much planning, premeditated, and too much cover up afterwards. Crazy people aren't able to do all that. That is true. Treasure, the phone call was epic. especially when he just flat out asked her, "Did you kill Gannon?" And she denied it. He asked her several times in different ways, and she just kept denying it. So I'm curious as to what the phone call tomorrow is going to be about. Okay. She's been unstable more than she is everywhere. She's pure evil. Pam hurt. Kind of felt bad for her attorneys, but then again, I didn't. You could just tell they didn't want to be there. Probably thinking to themselves, why the hell did we take this case? All right, so this one came out yesterday, but it says prosecutors claim an insanity claim during opening statements in Letecia Stauch's murder trial. Defense claims that she suffered a major psychotic crack from years of abuse. Now, hey, Michael T., how are you? They did say when she was younger that she experienced some abuse at the hands of her mom's boyfriends from the time that she was like 3 years old on up. And that whenever she murdered Gannon, that she didn't know that she was murdering him, that she thought she was murdering her demons. Still not a good excuse to do that to the little boy, though. Red tie guy was jitterbugging in a seat, and pink tie guy was desperately searching files and notes, probably thinking, how the hell are we getting out of this one? He looked through that 3-ring binder like 4 times. Then the other one got on the laptop, like they were seriously looking for some help. Wasn't she searching military dating sites? There was some of her search history that was saying something about find me a new husband. There was find me a new husband. My husband only uses me as a babysitter. She was talking about is my stepkid's mother going to get me a Valentine's gift for raising her kids? It was like a bunch of weird stuff. Why doesn't my husband love me? Why does he ignore my texts? Like, it was just like a bunch of craziness in her search history. Okay, so Colorado Springs, Colorado, prosecutors called the murder of 11-year-old Gannon Stauch deliberate and thoughtful as they challenged the defense's insanity claim during opening arguments Monday in Letecia Stauch's murder trial. The Colorado Springs woman was charged with first-degree murder for the shooting and stabbing death of her 11-year-old stepson before reporting him missing on January 27th of 2020. Gannon died of a gunshot wound and skull fracture, an autopsy found, and police say that a piece of particle board was used to cause the skull fracture. And they are saying that during the autopsy they found the bullet in his skull, so that is not to mention the 18 stab wounds. Okay, who the hell kills her demons, packs them in a suitcase, rents a truck, drives to Florida, dumps the suitcase and Gannon all before heading back to visit her family in hometown in South Carolina? A person, one juror matters, a person who is sane. She wasn't killing her demons. She knew that she killed, that she was killing Gannon. She had this shit planned out. Like, when she told that story to the dad and he would ask her different questions. Oh, wait, I thought you said this. And she would go back and repeat herself. And there was a few times she slipped up. A few times. And he would, every single time he would catch it. So Letecia Stauch pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity after changing her plea from not guilty in February of last year. The case has to do with Letecia's sanity. District Attorney Michael Allen told the jury of 11 men and 7 women before explaining the legal definition of insanity. Letecia Stauch held her head down during most of Monday's proceedings and showed little emotion. She held her head down all day today. Hardly ever looked up. All you could see was her hair and the top of her head. See, if it was a rented truck, can't they check GPS on the rental for that area he was found in? They did say that it shows that she went to, is it the Marriott Suites? Was that it? Hold on. I got the... Let me find out which one it was. It was one of the hotels, like the nicer one down there. I have so many notes on this lady. It's the Candlewood Suites. So on February the 4th at 10:38 a.m., Letecia and her daughter Harley checked into a room at the Candlewood Suites in Pensacola. At 4:30 a.m. on February the 5th, the van traveled a little under 3 miles to the Pace Bridge. Then that's where she threw the suitcase over the bridge. Then they checked out, went to Orlando, and then drove to South Carolina, where she's from. Hey, Rum Runner, how are you? Okay, about all her Google searches, she was definitely sane. Yes, that woman ain't nothing wrong with her. All right. And today she even showed a little emotion. Like I said, it did look like she was wiping tears off of her face. I don't think they were tears. If it was tears, I don't think they were for Gannon. I think it's the fact that it's being put out there that she is a liar and she was caught lying. So doesn't it say they both checked out? Never said if daughter was with her. No, it doesn't say that more. Just that she drove the 3 miles from the hotel to the bridge at 4:30 that morning. And then they checked out. Drove to Orlando and then up to South Carolina. See, I missed all of the court on her. I hope to catch up. Gigi, it's supposed to storm here tomorrow, so I'm hoping that everything will be okay with my internet. If it is, I'm going to stream it. Because I for sure want to hear those phone calls tomorrow. Because the phone call today, like I said, I question, like, why did they just start the trial off with the dad on the stand? And then when the phone call came out, I realized why. Like, they just came out swinging, the prosecution did. Okay, so the jury selection process began on March the 20th. More than 50 witnesses, as well as state and federal law enforcement officials and others from various fields of expertise, will take the stand during the trial, which is expected to last 6 weeks. The case is about 2 people. The first is Gannon, an 11-year-old little boy who came into this world premature. He proved to be a fighter. Allen said as the little boy's mother, Landon Hoyt, ran out of the courtroom, apparently overwhelmed with emotion. I don't know if Gannon's mom was in the courtroom today, though. So one juror matters. Harley was with her when she went to the bridge. Okay, Gigi. Okay, so let me go back down here. So it says Letecia Stauch allegedly stabbed and shot Gannon Stauch multiple times in his bedroom and then told police at the time that Gannon had gone to play at a friend's house and never returned. See, I know she rode to Florida On the road trip. Okay, yeah. I knew she was with her when she went down to Florida. I haven't heard or read or anything where it says if uh if she was with her when she went to the bridge. So it says she was arrested on March the 2nd, 2020 in South Carolina before Gannon's body was discovered in a suitcase by a construction worker on March the 18th of 2020 in Pace, Florida, underneath a bridge off the side of a highway. Prosecutors led by Allen argued during the opening statements that Letecia made the decision to stab Gannon 18 times, hide evidence, and change her story multiple times. Actions that they contend don't fit the behavior of someone who was insane at the time. I don't. Put a one in the chat if you think that Letecia is not insane. Put a two in the chat if you think that she is insane. So remember the mom was not, they reported she couldn't be in there during that part. Oh, okay, thank you, Pam. Okay, so y'all all think that she is not. I just don't think she is. I think she fairly well knew what she was doing. She couldn't keep her story straight. Robert, how are you? Let's see, if someone took him during that attack at her house, it would be one hell of a coincidence of her being at the same bridge they dumped him at. Yep. Hey, baby boop, how are you? Okay, but there is CCTV from the hotel. Letecia is on that video. When that footage is shown, we will know if Harley made that early morning drive 3 miles to the bridge. I'm curious to know if Harley was with her. Because if she was with her, then and she didn't know what happened to Gannon, then did she question her mom? Well, why are you throwing a suitcase over the bridge? But I wonder if she questioned her mom because Gannon lived there with them. And he allegedly was missing at that time. Why are we taking a trip down to Florida? I just think that she had to have known. Like, she was 17 years old. I just feel like she had to have known that had happened to him. Okay. So there was no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up, Allen said about the condition of Gannon's room, the alleged murder scene of the murder. Stauch's arrest affidavit says that on the day that Gannon disappeared, Letecia texted her daughter to buy carpet cleaning supplies, trash bags, and baking soda, which prosecutors say that was used to clean up the scene. And then also on the phone call today, she tells Gannon's dad that she told her daughter to get the carpet stuff for the dog scent and then something else for the dog scent. It was almost like she was telling a lot of lies, but she would throw some truths in there too. Baby boop, I'm sorry, honey. We're going to keep you in our prayers. See, the sister, yeah, it was actually his stepsister. Harley was. Harley was Letecia's daughter. And Letecia and Gannon's dad, I don't think they had any kids together. Let's see, she had the body hid for days. Her, she kept moving it. Yeah, now Pam, I heard that she placed it at one spot and that she took some of the items from the house that had Gannon's blood on it and all that, and she had hid them out in different areas. And then she went back and got them and threw them into a river that runs into the Gulf of Mexico. And so she did that because she didn't want those items to be found. And 9mm, that's what I was thinking too. Like, I know that she had placed him somewhere else and then went back and picked him up. There still had to have been some odor at some point on that long trip from Colorado down to Florida. Like there had to be something. Like the 17-year-old had to have known that something was up. There had to be blood on the out, like that had soaked through the suitcase and was on it. Like there had to be something. So it says Leticia's defense lawyer, Will Cook, addressed the court and admitted that his client killed Gannon, but claimed that she suffered a major psychotic crack as a result of childhood trauma when the murder occurred. So he said, I get it. We've lost, Cook said. We have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. She's guilty. I get that. But this is a court of law. This isn't the media. This isn't Facebook. Wash all of that away. Cook claims that Letecia was physically, emotionally, and essayed at the hands of her mother's boyfriends beginning at the age of 3 or 4. He said that she slipped into a dissociative state and broke on the day of the murder. So she just happened to break on the day the dad wasn't around, like there was nobody there, and she come up with some elaborate story. If she would have broke, she couldn't have come up with this whole big story. Okay, hey Tad, how are you? 7 hours, 41 minutes, 15 seconds, plus an hour plus the night, and still going. Shout out to you, Scarlett. Thank you, Tad. Yeah, I was on here all day today streaming that. Roger, how are you? So a common characteristic of psychosis is that it knows thinking very hard to plan out things like buying cleaners and supplies and such. She had it all planned out too, Roger. All right. Okay, I'm calling bullshit. If she had dissociative disorder from SA, Gannon would not set her off. I don't think she had it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say that she wasn't abused when she was younger. She could have been. But I think it's just an excuse that she's using for what she did. Sorry, y'all, but that's how my mind works. Didn't mean to be gross. Wait, 9mm. I didn't even see what you said. His body. Okay, so 9mm. I just saw your comment. I have the same question. I wondered that. That's why I just don't see how the daughter didn't know something. Let's see. Harley 17 was old enough and smart enough to say, "Hey, mom, why are we driving in a huge rental in a huge van instead of going from Colorado straight west to east to South Carolina? Can we go to Disney or the beach?" That's what I was saying earlier. Like, did she question Letecia? Like, Gannon's missing. Why are we going on a trip? Crazy. Okay. I mean, she is a minor, right? But she knew. Yeah, Jay, like at the time, she was a minor. She was 17. Do we know if she has public defenders? Michelle, I'm sure she does. Okay, so it says here That he also claimed that Letecia did not know that she was killing Gannon that day, and instead was killing the demons in her life in the dark depths of her childhood. Hey JDR, how are you? So the daughter is giving evidence for the prosecution. I need to find the witness list. There should be a witness list somewhere on the internet. I need to find it. Aiden Fauci is a minor. Aiden Fucci. I always say his last name wrong. As a minor, they don't get a pass because they're a minor. No, he got life in prison. And he goes up for review in 25 years. Beat him, stab him, shoot him, and not all this. I just think she was overwhelmed because she talks about in that phone call when she says about his blood being on the wall, and she said that she thinks that maybe where he was burned out on his arm had hit the wall by his bed when he was asleep, and that's why there was blood there. And the dad had said something about it bleeding, like he was concerned about it. And she was like, well, Gannon picks everything, every type of open wound. He has nosebleeds at least once a week. The way she was explaining the things that he had wrong with him, it almost sounds like she was fed up with him. She was tired of taking care of him and dealing with all the stuff that he had going on. Because the dad even got up there today and explained some of the medical issues that he had. He had stomach issues and all this and that. And I think that she just didn't want to deal with it anymore. And that's why she did what she did. Okay, so here in Oregon, A&D influence excludes you from using mental illness to face as a defense. Judges often ignore this, though. Pam, that is a good question. Why didn't she hurt Harley in the 17 years? No, she was jealous of the relationship with others. They said that he was a kind and thoughtful kid. She was probably jealous of him and his dad and the relationship that they had. Just based off of her search history. One of them was, my husband doesn't clean up things around the house for me, but he cleans up everything for the army. She wants a new husband. Help her find a new husband. Help her find a husband. Help. She wants a rich husband who will let her take care of his kids. Like, it was just a bunch of craziness that she had looked up. Okay, Gannon probably has stomach issues from fear and anxiety brought on that bitch of a monster. And one juror matters, that could be true. That could have been his whole issue. Hey, HT, how are you? 316 witnesses, Gannon's dad, Al, Gannon's mother, Landon, and his younger sister. Okay. 316 witnesses. Did the dad ever notice any abuse from the stepmom? None that I've heard of, Vapor. But no, it was, from what my understanding is of his health condition, he was the only one that had health problems. And I think it was, she didn't want to deal with it. She said that he picked at everything that had an open wound, he would pick at it. So that is a sign of stress and anxiety. No telling what else he did. He did have stomach issues. There was different medicines that they would have to give to him. I think she mentioned Pedia Pops that he would have to drink or eat or whatever. So several different things. That most of the stuff that I heard that was about his stomach. Had to have been a lot of verbal abuse from her. Yeah, and I wonder if Harley ever said anything to her about her doing Gannon like that, or did Harley just sit back and let it happen? But it does sound like that she was possibly jealous of the relationship that he had with his dad. Okay. So it says in the arrest affidavit obtained by Denver 7 in 2020, investigators said that Letecia's internet history showed that she wasn't happy with her marriage to Gannon's father and had some degree of resentment towards the family as a step parent. She also had appeared to be researching a move to an apartment in another state day before Gannon was killed. The trial resumes Tuesday morning. So, J-Luck, if you were able to get in, you probably won't be able to use your phone. But if you know that they're going to let you in, will you email me and let me know? Since he was a preemie, exactly, Lauren and CJ. And that could have been where the stomach issues started. It's because he was a preemie. And then if there was any type of abuse going on with her, like verbal abuse and stuff like this, it probably made it worse. Do you, wait, Scarlett, you got a gut feeling on if it will be short or long trial? Tad, they're saying it's like 300, I think, what did Moore say? 316 witnesses? 316 witnesses, Gannon's dad, his mom, and his younger sister. I think it's going to last every bit of 6 weeks. If she don't crack before then and just jump up in the middle of the court and say, I'm guilty. Like, just go ahead and sentence me and take me to prison. Okay, when I was stuck with my ex dad, I lost hair because of stress. Yeah, you can lose hair because of it. All right, y'all, let me catch up real quick in the chat. Gannon was even crying about being hurt in the one phone call. Yeah, she was telling him it's okay. We'll have to sell the couch or we'll find something else. Hey, no way, how are you? Or we'll have to sell something else to get it fixed so the lady won't kick us out of the house. And she was saying all this stuff to him and make me promise, Pinky promised me that you didn't mean to do it and all this that. And all he could say while he was crying was, I'm worried about my burn. He was worried about being hurt. And she was worried about everything else. Okay, I'm looking for a witness list. One article said it's 20 pages long, 316, and Letecia's daughter too. Okay, thank you, Mar. If you can find it, Mar, just email it to me, please. I don't know who she thinks she is. She needs to face what she's done. Yes, she does. For sure. Okay, let me just go down. I think that was everything. I think this is all just Twitter stuff. Yeah, that's all that is. It's just a bunch of Twitter stuff. All right, if y'all have not done so, well, I'm going to grab my next stuff. Please hit the thumbs up. Okay, so I will be, like I said, it's supposed to storm here tomorrow, but if the weather is good enough and it's not screwing with my internet, then I'm going to be streaming the trial again tomorrow. So I know some people that came in today said they didn't know I was streaming it. So hopefully, if y'all are available during the day tomorrow, come join us in chat. She was feeding off of Gannon's kindness, wanting to please her. She took her anger out on him. Yeah, she unleashed every bit of anger that she had for that little boy when she did that to him. And then on that phone call, the phone call was disgusting. I'm going to be honest. She was just all about her, her, her. She can't believe that people are talking about her. She can't believe that people are looking at her the way they do. All she wants is her family back and her husband back. It was just all about her. And that was mainly it. Like, she's very narcissistic. And Pam, I even said that. I said that today whenever I was streaming it in my chat. I said, I wish she would just like break, especially listen to that phone call because she didn't want to listen to it. I was just hoping she's just going to just jump up and be like, okay, I can't do it no more. Y'all know I'm guilty. Just go ahead and sentence me. Oh, they have court documents like Idaho does. I am going to have to go through all these and find all the good ones. But I wonder if there's a witness list in this. Can't believe how calm Dad, Michelle, that man. Wait, what a baby. Yep, I got him. Thank you. Michelle, I even said that. I like, I know he was doing it for Gannon. Uh, he even at one point I think had Letecia believing that he believed her. Hey Izzy, how are you? Uh, he never broke down. And he even said during the interview, he's like, "Well, Letecia, you know that this is like," because she said, "Why are you asking me questions like I'm on trial?" And he was like, "Well, you know that that's part of my military training to ask questions like this." And she didn't like it. American Princess, how are you? Apologies, but I must say goodnight. I can't take any more today. Baby Boop, you have a wonderful night. Hey, Lady V, how are you? Okay. See, I will also keep posted any details if I can physically make it there. I live down the street, so unless they stop me from going in. Okay, Jayla, just remember though, don't get in no trouble. I know you said you were going to say something to Harley, but don't get in no trouble. All right, Christy. Like I said, I will be streaming it as long as the weather doesn't mess with my internet, because they're saying it's supposed to be bad weather. I'm hoping though that it goes above us and it doesn't hit us. I really want to tell her something. Well, Jayla, wait, let's find out what when she testifies what she knows. Okay. Because she could be completely innocent. I don't think she is, but she very well could be. And no, Jayla, not as far as I know yet. But Mara is saying that she's supposed to be testifying. So, all right, give me just a second. I have to get to my Facebook because, and I'm switching over from Letecia's stuff now over to the Susee siblings, the 4 kids that we talked about the other night that are missing. The dad took them, the dad and the girlfriend, along with her 3 kids, and they don't know where they're at. And we went over, left comments on Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, which they never responded to. Uh, they ended up, hey, the Krista. Wait, King Scarlet, how are you? Um, I did see where they had posted a few days ago about a missing man. Still haven't posted anything about the kids missing. But they did post something about the dad. Which, in my opinion, is dumb as hell. But that's just my opinion. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to pull this up. All right, so this is the dad. Yes, Werewolf Queen. The comments are still there. They they just didn't respond to them. They didn't delete them or anything, but they didn't respond to them. Okay, so let me go up here so I can read all this. All right, so it says KCSO has obtained a warrant for the arrest of Joshua Susee in connection with custodial interference in the disappearance of his 4 children. The 37-year-old Susee is believed to have taken the children, 2 aged 10, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and left Washington State with a woman described as his girlfriend. The warrant is for custodial interference, first degree, with bond set at $1 million. The warrant subjects Susee to nationwide extradition back to Kitsap County. Children are all listed as missing, and there is an active writ of habeas corpus issued for their return to the court. Okay, so if they're looking for the dude, put it out that they're looking for him. Don't put on here, in case he's watching it, that they have an arrest warrant for him, and when he's caught, he's going to be held on a $1 million bond. So I don't think they will respond to my "we are making moves." Oh, you saw what I posted on Twitter, White Widow Baby. Because they have not posted the picture of these missing kids. They put this out there. Like I said, if he's watching, keeping up somehow. Gigi, you have a good night. If he's watching or keeping up with social media or keeping up even just with the sheriff's department and what they're posting, to see if they're putting it out there that these kids are missing and all this and that. Well, they just let him know that you got an arrest warrant. When you're caught, you're going to be held on $1 million bond. Pam, no, not yet. They haven't. See, nope, still nothing locally other than this post. Okay, so let me get off of this because I do have 2 different articles. I need to go back to my email so I can grab them. And White Widow Baby, did you get the article that I emailed to you? The new one that I found. I believe the only reason they even made posts today was because we were tagging them. Probably. That's why I tagged them on Twitter. The sheriff's department was like, I'm just going to go ahead and share their missing person poster because Kitsap County isn't going to do it. Okay, so it says warrant issued for Kitsap County man believed to have taken his 4 children against court orders. See, I tagged news outlets at will. Oh, I must have missed those. Sent Letecia's witness list. I'm still... Okay, let me make sure that I got it. Is this the witness list? The 7 days listed, 5 are from El Paso County Sheriff's Office, and 1 is... Okay, so this may be just the law enforcement part of it. Okay, but I will put that in my... Where the hell did my emails just go? Okay. Did he abuse or hurt them kids in any way? Robert, that I don't know. The mom has claimed that that is the reason why she ended the relationship with him, is because the way he treated her and the kids. Hey, Maisie, how are you? Okay, you should totally let me know if you do. Okay, that was something else. All right. So according to the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, the 4 children have not been seen in over a month. So it's been March 2nd. I believe it was that he was supposed to bring them back to the courthouse at 12 o'clock and he didn't show up with them. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. All right. So it says the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office is searching for a man believed to have taken his 4 children across state lines, violating court orders. KCSO believes the suspect, 37-year-old Joshua Susee, and his girlfriend took the 4 children, Archer 10, Faylin 10, Ember 6, and Hazel 3, to Oregon. The children have not been seen in over a month, and according to KCSO, Hazel needs daily heart medication and may be in physical danger if she does not get it in time. Aside from the medication, law enforcement does not believe the children are in danger. KCSO has a warrant for Susee's arrest for custodial interference, and his bail is set at $1 million. So below is a picture of the missing kids. Okay, I'm trying to... Okay, maybe y'all can see it. So did he have to pay child support? If so, he could have took them for that reason or hurt them in any way. So, Pam, what had happened was they were supposed to go to his house for the weekend. The mom told them they couldn't leave just yet. They had to finish up their chores. One of the kids got upset because she told them that. The dad then makes up an accusation that the mom has abused them. So when he goes to the sheriff's department, tells them that she's abused the kids, she gets arrested. She proves that she didn't abuse the kids. And apparently he had told him that she had hit one of them and that's the reason why their ear hurts. Well, they were taken to a doctor, and the one that was complaining about his ear hurting was from a inner ear infection. She proves with stuff on her phone and with adults that live in her house that she didn't abuse them. At the time that they're saying that the abuse happened, the kids were at school. Whenever they got home from school, she wasn't there at the house. So there was no charges put against her. They let her out of jail. She makes sure with the sheriff's department and the clerk's office that there's no order saying she can't be around the kids. So when she gets home, she gets her dad to go get the kids from the ex-husband's dad. And the ex-husband's dad says, well, you're not going to get them back because she was arrested. Court then says that he has to bring the kids back to the courthouse by 12 o'clock. Like I said, I believe it was March the 2nd. And he doesn't show up with them. And they don't know where they're at. They haven't been heard from. The little one, she's only 3 years old. She has a heart condition that she's been on medication for since she was 2 weeks old. And she has a disorder where she has to, a metabolic disorder where she has to eat certain foods. If she's not on that dietary plan, she can go into ketoacidotic shock and have a seizure. The mom says that the little girl does not have her heart medication, so she knows that she's not getting it. Hold on just 1 second. I need to look at something. Okay, I'm back. And to go along with this case, the only reason why I found it is because I was searching through Twitter. I believe it was Arctic Fox True Crime that had posted it, either him or one of the missing person accounts that is on Twitter that's always posting the missing person posters. And that's where I grabbed it from. Went to looking into it. seen that this little girl has a heart condition. I go to Google it, and there's absolutely nothing on the internet about it. Now, there is only 2 articles, this one and another one, and that is it. And I have been in touch with the mom. Crime Crazy did make a Facebook group. I don't know if one of the mods can grab. Hey Paige, how are you? I don't know if one of the mods can grab that Facebook group. The mom has joined it. There is someone else that she invited that joined it as well. I don't know if they're the kid's family or just a family friend or whatever. But we're trying to get these kids' picture out there. So if y'all have not shared this on any of your social media, if you have Twitter, you can go over to my Twitter. I have the missing person poster on there. It is on our Facebook group. I believe I have shared both of them on Facebook, the 2 different ones, but the one with the kids and the dad's picture is the one that needs to be shared because it has the updated case number. But I have also invited the mom on panel. Hopefully, she will come up and join us. Thank you, Princess Megan. Madison, how are you? See, these are my babies. I appreciate all of you getting this out. Madison, do you want to come up on panel, honey? If you do, I can drop a link for you real quick. And you're more than welcome to come up here and tell the story of these kids. Just get your whole story out. Because we're doing what we can. Like I said, everybody in here has been very good about sharing it all and trying to get this out. And yes, y'all all keep. Let me go back up because I wanna get Madison's full name here. I want to make sure I got it right. Okay, right here. So y'all, this is the kid's mom, Madison. So y'all keep her and your family, along with the 4 kids, in your prayers, please. Oh, hold on, y'all. I gotta. Okay, hold on just a second. Okay. All right. Control was over here trying to grab something. Okay, what is the panel all entail? I've never done one before. Okay, so I can drop you a link. Let me grab my link. All right, all you got to do is grab the link and it'll kind of walk you through it and I can bring you up. You'll come up on the screen like I am. I heard a guy last week that looks a little like this guy, but he is wearing glasses. Wait, didn't he have glasses on in a missing person picture? Hold on. I have the missing person, the poster here. Hold on just 1 second. And I'll pull it up for him. Okay, well, Vapor, I'm going to pull it up on here, but go to the Facebook group and grab a screenshot of it, or I can email you this if you need me to. Okay, he said he came from Cali. Okay, the girlfriend that he's with has ties to Cali. Okay, hold on. I got the picture ready. Let me pull it up real quick. Right here. Okay, and I can't zoom it in too much, but yeah, he has glasses on. Just send it in Messenger. Okay, give me 2 seconds, y'all. I'm going to do that real quick. I don't know how I got a comment on the screen, but I didn't mean to do that. Let me send this to him real quick. And that looks like him, Vapor? Yeah, that would be awesome if it was him. So you don't think this is him? I'm gonna send it to you anyway because he could have lost weight. I mean, they've been on the run for how long now? Very easily. Oh shoot! What am I doing here? Okay, I gotta find. No, I need to attach a file. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm gonna send this to him. I mean, they basically got to feed 9 people, 7 kids, and themselves, the 2 adults. He very well could have lost weight. All right, I just sent it. Oh, Madison, hold on, honey. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How are you?
I'm doing all right.
So I am so sorry that you're going through this.
Thank you.
And like I told you, we're doing what we can to get these babies pictures out there. Um, they all need to come home for sure. But every time I post something, Hazel needs her heart medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is like
That's the
very,
one
very
issue that we're trying to push as well because we feel like it's the main thing that's going to grab everyone's
right.
attention.
And that's what I keep pushing, like sharing asking people, please share their picture. But little Hazel needs her heart. She has a heart condition and she needs her medicine as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully, I know that my mods have been posting it. Like I said, you're in the Facebook group. I was very upset today that the sheriff's department is going to post about the dad um, having the arrest warrant and the $1 million bond, but still did not post their picture.
Yeah.
And that makes absolutely no sense to me. So hopefully, and I know that you had told me the girlfriend, she has ties to, was it Clover, Missouri?
Clever.
Clever. Okay.
Yes. Her mother lives in Clever.
Okay. Is there anywhere else that you can think of? That,
Aside from Oregon and California, no.
okay. And I, I always check people's Venmos. They both have Venmo accounts, but neither one of them have any type of transactions on them. He doesn't have any friends on his Venmo. She does, uh, but like I said, there's no they haven't been spending money on it, but they got to be getting money from somewhere.
I'm want to say 80% sure that he claimed the children on his taxes when he was not supposed to,
Oh well,
and is using that money.
okay, but I mean, eventually that money's going to run out.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, I mean, 7 kids, all ages. What, 14's the oldest one of the girlfriends. 14 to
She
3.
has 4 kids, but as far as I was aware, the oldest, which was 16 or 17, went to live with her mom in Missouri.
Okay,
So 13 is her next one, 8 and 6, like mine.
okay, so if she has a daughter that went to live with her mom in Missouri,
It was her son.
or her son,
Mm-hmm.
do you know if the police have checked out there?
Nope.
Okay. Because I mean, you have a child that goes out of state to live with a family member. If you're going to go on the run, and it's being said that Joshua told his mom not to plan on seeing him again.
Yeah.
So maybe I wonder if she's telling her mom that as well, and maybe they went out there to see her family before they go to wherever they're going.
I'm not sure, but the dynamic with Joshua and his mother, I can 98% guarantee you that she would not know where they are.
Okay. Do you happen to know what her mom or just her parents' names are?
Leanna's mother's name is Yvonne.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And because we did pull their backgrounds the other night. Her her mom's name should be on the background. I have to go back and look. Because that's how we found out about him having the pilot's license that I was telling you about. And then we got to looking more into it. It was a Type U, which is an unmanned aircraft, which would have been for the drone. Because I know you had said something about the kids had told you about him having a drone and all this and that.
Yeah.
Okay, and Crime Crazy, which is one of my mods, says that she has all of it on the family tree. Okay. Chelsea, how are you? And Chelsea, y'all are very welcome. Hopefully, these babies are found soon and brought back. Because this is getting a little bit ridiculous, honestly. This baby needs her medicine.
And that's what I've been pushing since January. After they released me from jail, the very first thing was, does Hazel have her medicine? Does she need more? Do I need to give you more? Are you picking it up? I've been pushing it from the very beginning about her medicine.
So has she had her medicine since January then, or is it just since March when they took off?
I'm assuming that he picked up her medicine sometime mid-January, maybe early February. I get text notifications from the pharmacy when it's been filled and ready to be picked up. And I know I had just gotten a text at the end of February. So I picked it up March 2nd on my way to the courthouse, thinking that I would be getting the children that day. So I have March's prescription and I have now April's prescription. So because it's still being filled at this pharmacy, I know it's not being filled anywhere else. So he hasn't even tried to transfer her prescription anywhere.
Okay. And as you're telling me all this, I'm just writing some notes down.
Yeah, she gets it 3 times a day, and she's been on it since she was 3 weeks old.
Oh my gosh. And you get it filled once a month, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all insurance covers.
Okay. Because I know some medicines, they'll do like a 3-month supply.
No, this is just a 1-month supply.
Okay. I don't understand how a dad can allow their child to go without medicine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand it.
Especially if you love and care about them.
Exactly. Okay, so one of my subscribers says one of my buddies here in Vegas is a retired Metro cop and he works in the missing and exploited children. I can ask him if he will talk to the mom to let her know things might help. Would you be willing to talk to other people?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I know how to get in touch with you. Um, and I can put you in touch with my sub here if he can get in touch with his friend. I don't understand this. And honestly, I didn't even know about this case until the other night when I had messaged you on Facebook. And the only reason why I'd found it is because I was just scrolling through Twitter and I'd came across this missing person flyer that I have up here now. And when I was reading it, it was talking about Hazel needing, she has a heart condition, all this and that. I was like, oh damn, like I need to cover this and put this out. And I go to Google it, and there's absolutely nothing out there. And I do see that now King 5 has an article, and there is another. Who was this other one that
The
did?
Kitsap Sun.
Yes, that is it.
No.
That's the only two articles that's out there about this.
And I'm 95% sure that the only reason those two are out there is because of you guys pushing all of this and tagging and sharing.
Well, we've tagged the Kitsap County Sheriff's Department on Twitter, Facebook, wanting to know why they are not putting these kids' pictures up. Uh, are they going to do a press conference? I do know that one of my subs in here, Marissa, I believe she had told me she had sent the missing person flyer over to, I want to say King 5, I believe. And I don't know if Marissa's still in here or not, but she lives in Washington, and she said that she was going to send it to some people. And Marissa, yes, she's still in here, and she's telling you to contact Nate Pilling at the Kitsap Sun.
Okay.
Yeah, because as soon as I went to covering this, like everybody was just they were upset because there was nothing out there.
Well, before you guys have picked it up, it was just my lawyer that's been constantly hounding the sheriff's department, and that can only get so far, and it's getting expensive. So I'm
Right.
glad
Well,
that people are finally picking it up and helping us get the word out.
social media, whether it's YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, it has a very huge uh, following. I have 4,300 subs, 300 something on Twitter. But if I share it and then all of those people, even half of them, um, share it gets it out quicker. And that's what
Mm-hmm.
we're doing. We're pushing it to get it out there. And let's see, Crime Crazy says, Laws, please ask Madison, is Mother Leanne or Wendy Sue?
Leanne Susee is Josh's mom.
Okay. Okay, and the last name is pronounced Susee?
Well, Josh says it's Susee, but his mother argues with him and says it's Susie. So that's been an ongoing argument that I've had to listen to for almost 10 years.
Okay. I've been saying Susie.
Well, he
So
gets upset when it's pronounced wrong, so continue to say it however you please.
just do it and make him mad.
Yeah.
I can do that. Okay, so Leanne is Josh's mom.
Yes, and his girlfriend is Leanna.
Okay. All right. So I'm just making sure that I have his mom's name, because I know Crime Crazy is she always does all of our family trees to make sure that whenever we're looking into somebody, we have the right people,
Mm-hmm.
especially when pulling a background and everything's cross references with birthdays and all that.
Well, if that's helpful, then I'm pretty sure um, Leanna's grandmother is Virginia Christensen,
Okay.
and she's located in Oregon.
Do you know what part?
Um, I believe it was Lebanon.
Okay. Because didn't it say that she had ties in Lebanon?
Yes, there was
Okay.
a address that they had checked um, for the residence of an 80-year-old female, and that would be her grandmother. And then also that a truck that was registered under her name to the same address was spotted at Leanne's home after Joshua had fled.
Okay.
And my sister Chelsea just recently did a drive past their home, and that truck was back again the other day.
Okay. All right. So your sister's name is Chelsea, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just writing these names down so that way if I happen to see them somewhere, social media or whatever, then I know who goes with who. See, Crime Crazy wanted me to ask you, do you think that they'll go to Leanna's sisters?
I can't answer that. I don't know what kind of relationship Leanna has with her family.
Okay. All right. So Roger, do you still live in Lynn County? Okay, so wait, that was Chelsea that I said hi to a minute ago? Yes, there she is. Okay, so Joshua's mother goes by, okay, and I spelled it wrong. So let me, Josh's mom's name. So Leian. Okay. All right. So, and if there's any information that y'all have that y'all want to put into the Facebook group, please do. If there's anything that y'all can, hey Tracy, how are you? That you can think of, or if you don't want to put it there but want me to get it to my team, you're more than welcome to drop me a message in Messenger on Facebook.
Okay.
Ashes, how are you? Just any way we can help. We don't mind. Like I said, we want these babies brought home for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate every little bit you guys are doing. Feels like you guys are getting more done and more information than the police department so far.
Social media can be a very good thing. A lot of people, a lot of cases that we've worked, police, they don't like social media. Um, but the sleuths, they can find a lot more stuff, it seems like, than some of the law enforcement. Because we don't have, we can dig without having to worry about search warrants and all that, where Ellie has to kind of wait around for a search warrant, this and that. We don't have to do that.
Yeah, because we've been trying to do this the legal way from the beginning, and it's been so tedious.
Right. Well, like I said, if there's anything like that you need us to look up, um, I got two mods here, Crime Crazy and White Widow Baby in chat. They're the ones that does a lot of my research for me. Um, they're really good at what they do. My husband, he is not in the chat right now, but he is also one of my mods. He digs into a lot of stuff. So if there's anything that y'all need us to look into, just let me know. We'll be more than happy to. Anything that we can find. Like I said, 5 minutes after I pulled up his name the other night on here, I already had his and Leanna's backgrounds sitting in my email.
Nice.
So if you need any of that, just let me know. Yeah, and like White Widow Baby said, we do take our research very seriously because if I'm going to put something out, I want it to be facts. I don't want to put out any misinformation or anything like that.
No, I understand that completely. I'm not out to accuse anyone of anything that I can't prove.
Right. Hey, Big Al, how are you? He said there's some big brains in here. There's some really smart people in here that knows how to do some research. So if they're anywhere in one of my White Widow babies, she's always checking VSCO accounts. She's checking Snapchat. She's doing Facebook. Like she's always deep diving into that. Crime Crazy's doing background checks and family trees. I'm digging into Venmos and stuff like that. We're always looking into it. And if they post on social media, and do you know if Josh has social media?
He does have a Facebook, but even when we were together, he very rarely went on or posted on it at all. Okay. I have had him blocked since I left him in 2019, so.
Okay. I know if I send him a friend request on there, he's probably not going to accept it.
Yeah, I don't think he's checking it at all. My dad posted this flyer on his Facebook page, and it's still up, so.
Okay. And so Marissa in chat wants to know what else would the family like us to do? She's asking, could they put up flowers or anything like that? And like I said, Marissa is from Washington. So if y'all have flowers or something that y'all need to be distributed out or whatever.
So far, it's just these ones that my sister made.
Okay. So they can just make copies of them and
yep. Feel free to print them out, post them up wherever you can.
Okay. So do you know if Ellie has pinged their phones at all?
They have not. They have not made me aware of what their current plans are.
Okay. Who is the detective over this?
We have Deputy Langert on badge number 70, and then also Deputy Gaston. I don't remember what his badge number is.
Okay.
Deputy Gaston is the one that served me with the restraining order papers on the Tuesday after I was released from jail. But he's also the one that has been pushing for and was really a big help in getting this arrest warrant out for custodial interference.
Okay. So if I was to call the sheriff's department and talk to someone about this case, that would be the one that I would need to talk to then, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because sometimes, if someone just from the public calls and it's like, I have social media, I want to put it out. Is there anything that you can give us that we can put out to the public? Sometimes they'll give you information. Um, Sometimes they won't, especially if you say social media, but sometimes they will, something that won't hurt the case. So I
Mm-hmm.
give them a call and just see if there's anything. I mean, I'll even ask them if they pinged their phones.
Yeah.
Big Al, yes, the warrant is it's for nationwide extradition. Okay, and Marissa also wants to know why they haven't done like an Amber Alert or a Silver Alert.
Deputy Langert told me that they weren't going to do an Amber Alert because this case doesn't meet the necessary requirements. So yes, she does have a health condition, but they don't believe her to be in immediately physical danger from their father.
What do you call a father who doesn't get his little girl with a heart condition her medicine?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to push, that it does meet the requirements, because every day that she goes without her meds, she could have a heart attack.
Okay, so that. I'm gonna ask the detective or the deputy. Is he a detective or a sheriff's deputy? This
Pretty sure they're
Gaston.
just deputies.
Okay, because I'm gonna ask him why no Amber Alert, and if he gives me that answer about that they don't meet it because they know that she has a condition, but they don't believe her to be in immediate danger. I want to know why do they think that if she has a heart condition, she's on medication since she was 2 to 3 weeks old, and she's not getting it now. Why do they think that that doesn't put her in danger?
Yeah.
That is crazy. Like that should like they were abducted. You might as well say they know who took them. Maisie, thank you so much for that super chat or super sticker. Um, do they have a vehicle description?
No, the vehicle that they did have, they had gotten into a car accident, and at the time they were driving what they told me was a rental. The police did say that they did a background check on the insurance company for Leanna, and no rental was given to her after the accident. So I'm assuming that they lied. But the last vehicle that I saw them in was a silver or gray Nissan Armada.
Oh yes, I remember you telling me that the other night in Messenger.
Yeah. And I know I was going to snap a picture of the license plate when they had it, and I got distracted and didn't do it, and now I'm kicking myself for that.
Okay. Because if there was any rental vehicle, and I don't know how big of a town it is that y'all live in, um, but they should be able to go and look up through the rental companies to see if there is a rental vehicle in their name, whether
Oh,
it was
yeah, our
through
town's not very
insurance.
big at all.
Okay. I mean, even if whether it was through insurance or not, or if they just walked in or rented a vehicle, they should be able to go in and look that up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how extensively into the girlfriend they're looking, or if they're simply focused on Josh.
They need to be focused on both of them,
Mm-hmm.
really, because I mean, the kids. I know that he's the dad, and yeah, he's responsible for y'all's 4 kids, but you have this woman who is also taking care of them, uh, or hopefully she's taking care of them, and she's with them every day. So she's just as much responsible for these 4 kids as he is. So they need to be looking into both of them the same. Hey, double take,
Yeah.
how are you? Hopefully they'll just make a dumb move and post something on social media or
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping they'll see the articles and the interviews and all this stuff and their faces being everywhere and they'll panic and then make a mistake.
I don't like how Kitsap put that out though about I mean they should have just put it out that they're looking for him, but putting that they already have their arrest warrant for him and $1 million bond, that's gonna it seems like it would make him if he has the means to run further with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Or panic, you know what I'm saying? And uh, maybe watch his actions a little bit more.
Yeah.
I don't think it's for sure not gonna be like make him think, okay, well, I need to go turn myself in. I think it's gonna be the opposite end of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Paige said I will find some local radio stations and news stations, and I believe Marissa says something about. Let me find Marissa's thing up here. I think she says something about the governor. Yes, she said I will pass this on to the governor about the silver alert. Well, Marissa, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's in Whitewater, baby. That's what I was saying. It's just gonna make you more aware that police are in fact looking for him. Pretty hard to blend in with that many people traveling in a group. Yeah, can you imagine 2 adults with 7 kids? Like you're gonna stand out for sure. And do you know if they go camping or anything like that?
Josh does enjoy camping, but the entire time we were together, which was a total of 7.5 years, we never once went camping as a family.
Okay. Do you know if there's like a certain place if he was to go camping, maybe that he liked when he was a kid, or something like that that he might would go back to? Because a lot of times people will go back to somewhere that's familiar to them.
Well, he grew up in Elko, Nevada.
How do you spell that?
Elko, Elko.
Okay, okay. Okay.
I don't believe he has any family still in that area, but he had some camping grounds that he used to go to with his grandfather.
Okay, and you said that's where he grew up at?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, just any little thing like that, like I said, just something that maybe he may be familiar with back just from his childhood that maybe he would think that nobody knows about, uh, or would even think about. Do you know if there's like anybody that he knows or is friends with that owns cabins?
No. I know he has an aunt up in Alaska, but the thing is with him is he has a very hard time keeping friends for long periods of time.
Okay.
So most of his friends are normally, I'd say, 1 to 3 years before they drop off.
Okay. All right. And Crime Crazy wants to know the grandfather that you were talking about that he went camping with. Is that on his mom's side or his dad's side?
His mom's side.
Okay.
He passed away a long time ago.
Okay. Chelsea, she was saying that the silver alerts for people over 60 years old. In some states, now I don't know about Washington, it could be different there, but I do know in some states they have changed it from people who are 60 and older down to even kids now. There was a case that we worked a couple of weeks ago that was for a girl and it was a silver alert. And they're saying that they're keeping the amber alerts for specific criteria, and then anything else goes to a silver alert. But in this situation, especially with the little one, it does need to be a an amber alert for sure. Okay. Let's see, and it's also yes for children who have medical needs. And so we're gonna do our best to get this out. Like there, I know that we've spread it out, but there's got to be more places that we haven't got these kids' pictures out to yet. So we're gonna keep going with it. Let's see what this is saying. Pam, whose name, honey? Okay, Ashes just shared this in my Discord group. We have a lot of people in Oregon and Washington area. Ashes, thank you so much for that. Is the FBI involved in this case?
I'm not sure. I know on the arrest warrant that they put in there is an FBI number next to it, but I don't know if that means that the FBI is involved or if he just has a case file with them now because he's been arrested.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the arrest warrant?
Yes, I do.
Can you email it to me?
Yeah, I can take a screenshot of it and send it to you through Messenger.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, and I'm just writing that down about the FBI number and the arrest warrant. I mean, if they're thinking that he took these kids across state line, seems like FBI would have been on top of that.
One would think. But
hopefully, though, the more attention this gains, police are going to be like, okay, there's more eyes on this. This case is getting more known. We need to start doing our job.
Mm-hmm. They did tell me that they have dealt with 3 cases like this in the past year or so, all with positive outcomes and the kids returned home, but they did not mention how long it took to get to that point.
Or did any of them have a medical condition like Hazel's?
I don't believe so.
So that's that like as soon as there was a missing person report and they know that this little girl has this heart condition. That should have been first and foremost putting this out there.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, there's nothing. Your sister has to make the posters.
Yeah, it's the whole case has been really weird from the very beginning. From when I was released from jail and I didn't get any paperwork or anything or see any judges. Even my lawyer thought that was weird. To trying to get anyone in law enforcement to take me seriously when I tried to start the process of saying, hey, they've left.
Right. Well, when social media gets involved and we start embarrassing them, maybe that'll change their minds and they'll get on the case. Because like I said, I tagged Kitsap County today and on Twitter and said, I'm going to go ahead and it was the missing person flyer that I have up here. And I said, I'm going to go ahead and share this since Kitsap County isn't going to. And tag them in and everything. So you start embarrassing them a little bit and you show them that you're putting it out there and you're getting attention to it. Maybe that'll change their attitude towards it and be like, okay, we need to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not out to step on toes, and I know they need to do their job, but it doesn't seem like they're putting much effort.
Right. So, I mean, I get your position of it. You don't want to upset them or make them mad, so they'll do their job. But I'll say what I need to get the attention to the kids.
Right. To them, this is just another case, but to me, this is my world, and half of my heart is missing.
Right. And I can't imagine what you're going through, you and your family, or even the kids.
Yeah.
You know? There was something else I was fixing to ask you, and I forgot now. Okay, so we don't know if the FBI. Do you think he would have went to Alaska to his aunt's?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Do you know what part of Alaska?
I want to say Anchorage.
Okay.
She came down and visited once in the entire 7 years we were together. Their family is very odd.
Okay.
They like to keep problems and stuff in the family, but they also don't treat each other very well.
Okay. No, I get that. Do you know if he has any friends or associates, either him or Leanna, in law enforcement? Specifically, the area where y'all live at?
I can't speak to Leanna because I don't really know her. I don't. As far as I'm aware, I think they've been together maybe less than a year and a half.
Oh, wow.
But him, I don't think he has any friends in law enforcement.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of some questions uh, that might help us link for Big Al. Okay, hold on, Big Al. Let me get the link for you. Okay, so Big Al is going to come up with us. Does any, like your older two, Archer and Phalian, do they have social media?
No.
Okay. Do they have a cell phone?
No.
Okay. Because I was going to say, you know how kids with cell phones and social media, they don't want to stay off of it. But what about Leanna's oldest, the 14-year-old that's with them?
I think she has a phone, but I would not be sure of what any of her usernames or handles would be.
Okay. I believe it was said the other night in my chat what her name is. I don't want to say it out loud on here because she is a minor. But I believe it was said in the chat. So we could probably find her social media and just see if maybe she's posted something or took a picture of somewhere and posted it. Just any little thing.
Yeah, and Leanna was really, we looked at her Instagram and she was constantly posting on Instagram up until about the time she got together with Josh, and then she kind of just stopped posting altogether.
Okay, is he controlling over her? Like, does he have a narcissistic?
In general, he is very controlling and extremely narcissistic.
You can see it. You can see it in his photo.
Big Al, I can barely hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
I just wanted to give you one quick resource that you can check on. We ran into this with a niece of mine that ran away. There's a couple different resources through the government of Canada that you can check and see if someone came across the border. There's it's refugee resettlement, and then the other one is just through the Canada Border Patrol, and it's super easy to find it on Google. Here, I'll actually get you a number here in just 1 second.
Okay.
I'll drop it in the chat. But if you think he might have went to Alaska, there's only 3 ways to get there: drive, fly, or ferry. He's not going to fly 9. He's not going to fly 9 people. It's going to cost a fortune. 9 people on the ferry. If he doesn't have his own vehicle, that's going to be tough. Let's see here. It has to be a family member that calls, just so you know.
Okay.
And I just dropped the number in the chat for you.
Okay, let me grab it once it pops up on StreamYard. Okay, here we go. All right, and which one is this? Okay, so this is for the refugee resettlement.
Refugee resettlement, but they record everybody that comes in and goes out of Canada.
Okay.
The other one is the travel history report. You can get that at the Canada Border Service.
Because all you need to go to Canada with children is a copy of their birth certificate, right?
Well, I think they need to be vaccinated now too. I don't think U.S. citizens are allowed to cross into Canada right now unless they're vaccinated. But I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain though. I'm like 98%. It's not the other way around. They can come in from Canada and not be vaccinated and go back into Canada, but it's U.S. citizens or anyone else can't cross into Canada. But I mean, if you have any thought that maybe he went to Alaska, that'd be the first place I'd start. Because unless he's got a really good fake ID, you ain't getting across the border.
I mean, Alaska would I mean, who would think he would go to Alaska?
I just heard someone say Fairbanks, and I know we ran into that, and that actually helped us find her.
Okay.
Because they knew right exactly where she crossed the border and when. And they found her like 2 days later.
So they keep records for years in.
Every person that crosses the border.
Okay. All right.
When they did the border crossing point, the vehicle they were in, or if they're walking or on a bus or whatever mode of travel.
Okay. So Madison, if you need me to, I can send you that phone number, that 800 number that's up on the screen. If you haven't wrote it down, I can send it to you in Messenger.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Let me do that real quick.
I just want to give you that tidbit of info. I'll let you get back to. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming onto the group though, and because they hate to see us coming.
Oh, yeah.
We make a lot of cops look stupid.
Yeah, they don't like social media, for sure.
No, once it starts organizing and it gets on more than one channel, it turns into trouble for them.
Right. And I know that I think Artie Fox True Crime, I believe he did a short video about it. But I think like he does a lot of videos on missing kids, but he didn't go into it as deep as we have.
Yeah.
I just have a hard time if they have any kind of leads. 9 people traveling together, that's impossible to blend in. I mean, it's a freaking half a school bus. For crying out loud. That's a lot of people.
For sure. I mean, just
going to a restaurant or a hotel or anything. 9 people is like an absurd amount of people.
Yeah, you're going to stand out for sure.
So I would think if anybody has even an idea of where they might be going, go to that local area on Facebook and find their local groups. Find their garage sale groups, whatever, and post a flyer. You know, you'd be surprised. I mean, I use Facebook all day long for work, and it works. I mean, if you get it in front of the right person at the right time, and you know they happen to catch it, you know, it works.
All right.
So, just my 2 cents. Good. We wish you luck for sure.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, Big L.
No sweat, honey. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Have a good night. Okay, so I sent that number to you.
I just got it.
Okay, and I don't have one for the Canada Border Patrol, but I'm sure it would be easy to find. So,
yeah.
Let's see. Do they have certain restaurants, stores we could send flyers? I would say just wherever, Marissa. Just wherever would allow a missing person flyer to be put up.
Yeah, grocery stores normally have pin boards at the front.
Right. Like I know our Walmarts down here do. As soon as you walk in the door, there's like a big board with all the different missing people and all that on it. I'm trying to think where else could somebody go with 7 kids? Like
I don't believe that he's got them in school either because we currently have a restraining order that prohibits him from getting any kind of records, which means he can't transfer their school records from their current school to any new schools.
Yeah, because that would Lord, I can't talk tonight. It would throw a red flag up for sure.
Yeah. Because then the school would be able to tell us where they transferred the records to as well.
Right. So. Or even if he took Hazel in to a different doctor, he would he can take her into a doctor, but there's no doctor that's going to give her medication for a heart condition without seeing previous medical records.
Yeah, and she's on my insurance, not his. So,
well, I mean, either way, he would have to sign a medical release form for him to get her medical records, and that would throw a flag up as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Okay, is there certain things that your kids like to do? Like, do they like going to the aquarium, to the zoo, anything like that?
Oh, they like all the things.
Okay. I'm just, and I don't mean to throw all these crazy questions out, but I'm just trying to think of, what about Disneyland or Disney World, whichever one's in California?
They've never been.
Okay.
But my two youngest love princesses, so.
Okay. And which one is it that's in California? Is it Disneyland or Disney World?
I think it's Disneyland. I think Disney World is over in Florida.
Yeah, I know one of them's in Florida, one's in California. I just don't know which one's in which. Okay. Well, I'm putting it in my notes, so I put California Disneyland. So if it's the wrong one, I'll know. Let's see. And you said the youngest girls like princesses.
Oh, Ember also is really into dinosaurs. So.
All right. So Ember likes dinos. I'm trying to think of somewhere that you can take 7 kids and not stand out. You know what I mean? Like if you go to Disneyland,
if they're taking them anywhere. When I was with Josh, we very rarely went anywhere. And it got to a point that when I was with him, if I left the house at all, it was my time limit outside the house was 2 hours.
Damn, really?
Yes.
So he's more than likely, with him, is he a very nervous type person? Like, do you think if he's on the run like they are now, do you think he would let Leanna out of his sight, or any of those 7 kids out of his sight?
If he thought that he could trust them, he would be willing to let them out for a period of time. But if he had any concerns about them potentially saying something or drawing attention, he would definitely not allow it. That's why my time outside the house was limited as it was, because I was slowly getting out from underneath his thumb and making people outside of our relationship aware of the way that he was treating us. And his number one concern is looking good to the public.
Oh, he's very narcissistic then.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Yosemite National Park?
Possibly.
Okay.
He did work for a while at the Grand Canyon.
Okay. I'm just writing that down too. I'm just thinking he's going to go somewhere with those kids that he's familiar with. Because it's if you go somewhere that you're not familiar with while you're on the run with 7 kids, it's added stress. If you go somewhere with 7 kids that you're familiar with, you know your surroundings, it doesn't seem like you would be as stressed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you had a little bit of ease.
Right. I would say camping. I mean, they very easily could have bought some tents, but it's cold up that area, up that way, though, right?
Yeah, it's still cold and rainy, and it was snowing in parts a couple days ago.
Okay, so Yosemite, for all intents and purposes, closed due to winter weather. Okay, so they couldn't be there then. Camping at the Grand Canyon. So any of my Arizona people in here, is it warm at the Grand Canyon right now? Like, I know Arizona weather is kind of like Louisiana weather. Can get crazy. What type of work does he do? Like you said, he worked at the Grand Canyon. Is there any other type of work that he knows how to do, or maybe has a degree in, or something like that?
He has 0 degrees. He got his GED at one point. He was going to school while we were together to get his Master's of Divinity, but dropped out after 1 semester.
Okay.
He was employed up here with Chuck E. Cheese He was the video game repairman.
Okay. So he does know how to do some type of repairs.
He's kind of a jack of all trades, but not a very good one.
Okay. All right. I'm writing all this down. Because, I mean, we can take all this and, like, put it together and be like, bam, they could be right here.
Yeah.
What about Mexico? Do you think he could have went to Mexico? I mean, you're going to be noticed. You're going to stand out like a sore thumb with 2 adults and 7 kids. Might even look a little bit suspect going across the border with 7 kids. But do you think it's possible?
I mean, he could have. I do know.
Stone Gator, yes. If the flyer that I have up on the thing, please share it. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I do know that he got copies of all the kids' birth certificates.
Okay.
Because they signed my son up for baseball in the end of January or the beginning of February, which you have to have a copy of the birth certificate in order to do so. Right. And I hadn't given him any copies of that, so they went out and got those copies themselves.
Okay, so we don't know if they have a passport.
As far as I'm aware, they do not.
Okay, is there a website that you can look up to see if someone has a passport?
I didn't even think of that.
Big Al, you're going to be the person. Somebody in here with a passport. Do y'all know if there is a website that you can look up to see if someone has a passport? I mean, I would think FBI would be able to look that up. Puerto Rico. Okay, so it's 45 in South Arizona right now, so it's still kind of cool there. See, they're very suspicious of people with kids crossing. That's what I was saying, Teresa. I mean, it's a possibility. Maybe they could have flew into Mexico, but crossing the border in a vehicle with 7 kids, I think that would look kind of suspicious.
Yeah, and another problem is we don't know how far they got in the time that it took law enforcement to take me seriously.
I wish I would have knew about this case when it first
happened. Because at one point his mother told law enforcement that they were vacationing in Cle Elum, which is over towards Idaho.
Wait, his mama said that?
Yes.
How do you spell Cle Elum?
CLE ELLUM, I think.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's true or if that was just a make up a story, throw them off the direction they actually went kind of thing.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let me find this thing that Big Al just put. Okay, so passports, you have to do a FOIA. So mail to the U.S. Department of State. Let me write this down.
FOIAs.
Yes. YouTube and true crime. We have to do a lot of FOIAs. State.
How long do those normally take?
I mean, some people, if it's an open case, they won't send a FOIA request because they won't give you anything. Once they get the request, it could take, I don't know, 3 weeks to 6 weeks, just depending on how long it takes them to look for the information. Okay, let's see. And I'm writing this down too. And oh, good Lord, this is a lot. Okay, 44132. Oh shoot, I spelled that wrong. Okay. PO Box 1227. Sterling, Virginia. Okay. I got all of that I can send to you. 201 66. Okay, I can send that to you as well. And that's for the passports. Okay. Do you know, does Josh or Leanna, either one, have family that has money that they could send to them?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. All right, I'm just...
On Josh's side, at least.
Okay. So White Widow Baby wants to know, has he ever threatened to harm himself or the children?
Throughout our relationship, yes, he frequently threatened to hurt himself. When I left him in 2019, he used a time where he was threatening to shoot himself, Thanksgiving of 2018, because I had confessed to his mother that we were terrified of him, and he was upset because I didn't lie.
Okay.
So his mom and parents knew everything. He used that in the court documents to try to claim that I illegally detained him against his will.
Okay.
And then also throughout most of our relationship, he did many times verbally threaten to take the children from me and never allow me to see them again.
Which is pretty much what he's done now.
Yes. But it was always verbally, so I never had any way to prove.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about drugs or narcotics or anything like that? Any type of prescription pain pills or anything?
No. He was more of a drinker. He was never like a big issue. He always claimed that he couldn't get drunk, and he only drank alcohol because he liked the flavor and the taste. But there were frequent times where he would lock himself in his office and just drink into the wee hours of the morning because he was upset.
Okay, so he's like an emotional drinker then.
Yes.
How does he act whenever he drinks a lot?
Just angry.
Okay.
Which is pretty normal when he's upset about things. He gets really big with his voice and tries to intimidate and just does a lot of yelling.
Okay. What about a gun? Does he own any type of firearm?
When we were together, he owned a Ruger GP100.
Okay.
When in 2018 on Thanksgiving, when he had threatened to take it and shoot himself, the next day I had removed it from the home on the advice of his mother, and we stored it at her house. Okay. So when I got the restraining order in 2019, when I left him, there was a firearm handover form in there, and he said that the gun wasn't in the home because he didn't know that we had taken it to his mother's. So I don't know if it's still at his mom's or if he brought it with.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was the only weapon at the time that he had.
Okay. Do you know if they would like have friends that have campers or anything like that, or own campers?
Not sure.
Okay.
And I know that his parents have a camper, but it's extremely run down and tiny. So,
has the police searched anybody's houses as far as like family members or friends that they know of?
In the public information that's available with the arrest warrant, which is where the Kitsap Sun got most of their article information from, it says that they went to the home and they spoke with Josh's mother, but it never mentions if they actually went inside and searched.
Okay.
And that's the only residence around here that I am aware of that they would be needing to search.
Okay. let's see. Has he ever snapped on the kids, verbal or physically abused them? Okay, yeah. And we're not trying to be like insensitive with these questions.
Oh, no.
We're just trying to learn who he is in order to just help any way possible.
But yes, he has. He's got a very short temper when it comes to the kids. Normally starts about the time they turn 2. That's part of the reason why I left him. He very excessively disciplines them. I provided pictures to the courts of bruises that he left all over their legs from disciplining them with a belt.
And they allowed him to have visitations with them?
Yes. They were at first supervised visitations, but his mother was the supervisor.
Oh, okay.
Because, like I said, in the beginning, she knew everything that was going on because I had finally opened up and told her. And then when I finally left him and got the restraining order, she flipped sides.
Okay. He just sounds like the type of man that I'd like to hit upside the head. For real. Like, just dump the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying?
For legal purposes, we do not condone violence.
He makes me sick already. Just, I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, he's abusing the kids by not getting Hazel her medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much more? Like, I know abuse can be worse than that, but this is this baby's life.
Yeah, and I know one time the kids did mention to me that he would yell at Leanna like he used to yell at me for little things.
Do you think she's scared of him?
She potentially could be. I met her a couple of times, and honestly, she reminded me of myself when I first met him. Mm-hmm. Very sweet and timid.
Okay.
So
that's what he likes. He likes a woman, and when I say this, I'm not like putting you down or anything, but he likes a woman that he can outdo, kind of like raise his voice a little bit, and they'll kind of back down to him. Mm-hmm. Is that how she is?
I believe so.
Okay.
Early on in the relationship, he realized that physical abuse with me wasn't working. So he turned his attentions to the children because he realized using them was the way to control me.
Okay, yeah. He's got a huge control issue then.
Yeah, so with me, he was more verbally, mentally, and emotionally abusive.
Okay. Someone in chat wants to know if his mom knows that there's an arrest warrant for him.
I believe she's aware. The police officer did serve her with the writ of habeas corpus in lieu of Josh being there.
Okay. So she knows.
She might not be aware of the most recent one for custodial interference, but she does know about the writ.
Okay. I wonder if the police are smart enough though, because if she knows that there is an arrest warrant for him, any mother who knows where their child is, no matter what their age is, and knows that they're on a run, they're going to get in touch with them somehow and warn them. I wonder if the cops are smart enough to be tracking her phones.
I would hope so, because his personality traits he got from her. So the controlling nature she has as well, and there's zero chance that she would allow them to leave without knowing where they were.
Okay. I bet you when she found out, she called, either got in touch with them, sent a message through a friend so it's not directly to him. Bet you she's going to be the link to know where he's at with those babies. And if the cops are smart enough, her knowing that this arrest warrant's out, they can probably find out if they watch her, whether it's tracking her phone, watching where she goes to in her vehicle, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. He might have gotten a new phone number, because I know the one that Everyone's been trying to call, goes straight to voicemail, and it has been since March 2nd when he disappeared.
Okay. Does he smoke?
No.
Or, okay, so no smoking, vaping, or anything like that?
No. He views people that do that as weak.
Okay. Do they have any pets with them?
No.
Okay.
And he had 2 dogs. Little Bear and Cerberus. Little Bear I know he left at the house, but he might have taken Cerberus with, because it's a corgi, and that's the dog that he wanted for forever.
Okay.
He could have left him behind. I don't know. I haven't checked the property to see if he's outside at all, but
okay. So, but if he was to take either one of them, it's going to be that one.
Yes.
Okay. So
possibly also because Little Bear has health issues as well.
Okay. So let's just say he took the dog. That's 2 adults, 7 children, and a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, that's a large group of people and an
Mm-hmm.
animal. Like you can't go a whole lot of places
without being seen.
Right. Let's see. Let me think of something else. Anybody got any questions in the chat? Is there anyone aside from Leanna that he frequently talks to?
What was the question?
Is there anyone besides Leanna that he frequently talks to?
No, not that I'm aware, because it was mainly his family. Okay. Because, like I said, he has a really hard time keeping friends. But he does talk to internet friends on Discord a lot.
Do you know which Discord?
I don't know the channel name, no, but I know his handle.
Can you send that to me on Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
Okay. Just because I don't want it. It can get out, and there may be other people who are listening that's not in chat and start blowing him up and all that.
Yeah.
See, is he a real mama's boy? It seems like he is, Paige. So I believe he sought her out due to her age. She was 19, he was 26, and because he could mold her and to be controlled. Okay. Do you know? Okay, so I checked Venmo. Do you know if he has PayPal, Cash App, or anything like that?
I didn't even know he had a Venmo.
Okay, yeah, he has it. He has no friends on it, and there are no transactions. She has one. I believe she has 19 friends on it, but there's no transactions. All right, what does he use this Discord for, where he talks to people? Do you know what kind of Discord it is?
I know he had one channel that he was a part of that was for D&D. But then he also had an alternate Discord that he used to talk to other girls in adult-rated communities.
Does he have an issue with that? Like, and I have to watch what I say on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Does he have an addiction to that?
Maybe not in person.
Okay. But internet-wise, possibly?
Internet-wise, I would venture to say yes, because when we were together, he was talking to 27 other women inappropriately.
Okay. I'm steadily writing all this stuff down. Let's see. Does he have any religious affiliations?
Yeah, he's Christian.
Okay. Does he go to church or anything like that?
Rarely.
Okay.
He always has a problem with. He always finds a problem with wherever he starts going.
Okay. I think there's people like that everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't go to church. He drinks but doesn't smoke because people who smoke are weak. He is super narcissistic and has control issues.
That's also why he claims he's never actually killed himself, because people that do are weak, and he's not weak.
I think that he told y'all that for sympathy.
Oh yeah, no, because it was always an option that would get brought up if I was acting in a way that he did not approve of, or did not apologize for whatever offense I committed.
Yeah, I mean, because if you think about it, that's another control tactic. I'm going to do this to myself if you don't apologize, or you don't do this, or you don't do that. Yes, Nora, this is Archer, Phalian, Ember, and Hazel's mom. Yeah, that's a control tactic that he did there. I'm gonna do this to myself. I'm gonna harm myself. If you don't do this, this, and this, and then if for whatever reason he would have done it to himself, uh, in his mind he thinks, well, if I do it, she's gonna feel bad because it'll be her fault. You see what I'm saying? Men can be complete assholes.
Yes, they can be.
Do you think he could have changed his appearance at all? Like dyed his hair, shaved his head?
He used to dye his hair, but whenever he did dye his hair, it was always bright colors.
Okay.
Pink, red, that kind of stuff. Very, very rarely would he shave his face.
Okay.
I think he did once for 6 months the entire time we were together, and that was because it was a job requirement.
Okay.
You can't see it in any of his pictures, but he is missing a front tooth.
Okay.
So if he's not wearing his flipper, one of his main teeth is missing.
Okay. All right. So let me put that. Okay. Does he have any tattoos?
No.
Okay. What about scars, like on his face?
No.
Okay. No scars on any other part of his body or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Does he have, okay, so like when he walks, does he have like a limp or anything like that would, if you saw him from behind and not his face, you would know him by his walk?
Well, he doesn't have a limp or anything, but I'd say he walks like he's got a stick up his ass.
Okay. Walks like stick up his ass.
That's all I can liken it to.
And I'm writing that down in my notes. Oh, wait, I just saw another question. Oh, does he prefer to wear glasses or contacts?
Glasses.
Okay.
If he wears his glasses.
Okay. Let's see. Wait, but baby, I swear that's how I wrote it. Certain walk, question mark, walks like stick up his ass. That's how I wrote it, just how she said it. Vapor says so he walks on his toes. Okay. I'm just answering a message back real quick. Let's see. Has he ever left the children alone while in his care?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you think if he was to leave them with Leanna, would, just from what you know of her, would they feel safe with her and she would do what needs to be done to protect them?
I believe so.
Okay, so like if he was abusing them, like you were saying, where he's left bruises, would she step in and be like, "Yo, you need to quit that"?
If it got to that point, I'm not sure because
Okay,
I don't know. I don't know
because
how she would.
her being scared of him, possibly.
Yeah, and I know the kids did tell me one time that Leanna thinks that he's a bit overbearing with the kids.
Okay.
So I don't know how deep down the rabbit trail she is in the relationship with him, concerning his true self, because that would dictate the amount of freedom that he feels.
Okay.
On how to control them best. And I don't know how he treats her kids.
Okay.
But I know that when the kids were going over for their visitations, he was at work most of the time. So they were at the house with Grandma and Leanna anyway.
Okay. I would think, and I'm just going to say this based off of me being a 14-year-old and having a stepdad that I hated. The 14-year-old daughter of Leanna's, I wonder if he does her mom bad or talks to her bad or something like that. I wonder if she would stick up for her mom and be like, "You're not gonna talk. Don't talk to my mama like that." You know, some kids will do that. They'll be like, "Don't talk to my mama like that. Don't put your hands on my mama." I wonder if her daughter, the 14-year-old that's with them, would do that if it came down to him mistreating Leanna and or any of those 7 kids. If that oldest one would be like, "You got to stop. You can't do that."
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know her youngest son is very quiet and very timid. Okay. I had interactions with him a few times because I tried the nicey co-parenting because their kids went to the same school as my kids. So when they had awards and stuff that they couldn't make, I would take pictures of them for them and send it to them and little videos so that they would have those memories. So I've had mild interactions with the 2 youngest kids.
Okay. Well, just by doing that, that was something you did out of the goodness of your heart. Kids will look at that and be like, "She's a really nice lady. She did this for us when she didn't have to." They may feel the need that if something's wrong, they would get in touch with you, just based off of that little bit of experience. I don't know. I mean, stuff like that goes a long way with a kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I got nothing against the kids, and I had nothing against her.
And I mean, if you and her has never had an issue with each other, that's another thing. And I'm just speaking from experience of having a stepdad and a stepmom, and having to deal with real parents versus step parents. If you and Leanna's never had an issue, the kids look at that too. You see what I'm saying? And if something was to happen, let's just say the oldest girl, something was to happen, and she knows that you've never had an issue with her mom, or her siblings, maybe she'll be like, "Okay, I'm fixing to call Madison because I need to let her know what's going on because the kids are in danger. My mama's in danger. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it could come down to that.
It could come from the inside.
Right. Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else. And I might, and I'm just going to give you a heads up, I may come up with a million more questions.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
More questions means more pinpoint searches.
Right. Did he
Because
have
I know sometimes I don't think of things to say on the spot, and then 5 minutes later I'm like, dang it, I should have said that, or I should have asked that.
Right. Do you know if he has any piercings?
No, he does not.
Okay. I've seen somebody had asked that in the chat a minute ago. And like I said, if you come up with anything, it may be a week from now that you think of, you're more than welcome at any time to message me.
Yeah.
Is he a creature of habit? That is a good question.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so he's a creature of habit.
He does like his habits. He is very big into video games.
Okay. Oh, so he like GU? What, like, on what console? Like Xbox, PlayStation?
He had a PlayStation when we were together, and he had a Switch.
Okay. What kind of video games does he like to play?
But he also played games on his computer too.
Okay.
He doesn't really do like first person shooters. He was more like role playing games like Dark Souls, Assassin's Creed, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But he does like D&D, so sometimes he does find groups.
Okay. Let's see, what else? Do you have his name on any of his video games?
Most of his usernames are cross-platform. So when I send you the one for Discord, I can send you the alternate versions that he uses as well.
Okay. Let's see. I just seen somebody. Okay, so Marissa was wanting to know if Hazel's doctor has been notified, just in case he tries to get in touch with her doctor.
I've been working on trying to get him to call me back.
Okay. Let's see. You can easily cross into Mexico from Yuma. Okay, I'm just going back through my chat real quick. Okay, so wait, Leanna lived in Yuma? Yuma, Arizona?
I'm not sure. I know on the background check, my lawyer did a skip trace on her. She had a couple addresses pop up. She moved all around.
Okay, Big Al, I will. Okay, let me ask you this. Is he a daytime person or is he a nighttime person?
It depends. He can stay up all night playing video games and drinking, and then we'll sleep all day. But if he has something to do during the day, he will sleep normal.
Okay.
So he's capable of both.
Okay. But I wonder though, with them being on the run, if he
Maybe
would
sleep
have
during the day and travel at night.
Either that, or if he would even have a video gaming system with him. I mean, I could see it for the kids, maybe to keep them calm, but I wonder how much time he would have to play it. She shows previous address history in Yuma as of May 2018 to March of 2021. Okay. Does he have any type of nervous twitches or a nervous tick or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Is there anything about his appearance? Like, is there a certain way that he dresses?
He normally does jeans and a button-down shirt.
Okay.
He tries to look presentable for the public.
Okay. Okay, and you said he was a creature of habit. Is there anything that you can think of that he did back whenever y'all were together that he still currently does?
Just his video games.
Okay. I'm sure we have some gaming people in here. Once I get that name that you were talking about, there may be a way that they can look it up and just see if he's been on or played or signed into his account or anything like that. Do you know if he's good with like cell phones and computers and stuff like that?
He's fairly good, yeah.
Okay, so he's somewhat tech savvy. Okay.
He's tech savvy, but he's not always the brightest.
Okay. All right, so tech savvy, but not the brightest. Okay. Do you think if he thought that the police were after him and they were in a vehicle, do you think he would run from the police?
Possibly.
Okay. That's why I wish the police wouldn't have put that out the way they did. Okay, if he has a PlayStation account, it will tell you the last time he was online. Okay. Yeah, I don't know nothing about PlayStation. My son has an Xbox S series, I think it is. But he don't have an Xbox or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay. Does he have like a favorite fast food restaurant?
He likes to claim himself to be a foodie.
Okay. So loves food.
So he's very, very picky when it comes to restaurants and people's favorite places and favorite things. And
Judy said, does he know about crime sleuthers? Not yet, probably. He will learn quickly, though. Okay, let's see. All right. Non-people, no income. He's shopping at the dollar store. Well, Big Al, she said that he probably claimed the kids on his taxes when he wasn't supposed to. But, I mean, that money's going to run out quickly with 9 people and possibly a dog. That's a lot of money per day, especially if they're staying at a hotel or if they have camping equipment and they're just staying at a campground and they have to pay. It's going to, food and gas and like all of that's going to adds up. Right. Yeah, he's not going to like the crime sleuthers. When he gets caught, he's going to hate us all. I can tell you. I don't care because the babies need to be brought home. Let's see what else. I think I've just about asked his whole life history. Okay, so you said that when he would dye his hair, he would do it like bright colors.
Yes.
What about the kids' hair?
They've never had their hair dyed, no.
Okay.
I did send you more pictures of the kids. One of them is of my son when he has his hair cut, because they frequently shave his hair so he doesn't have his curls.
Okay. Do any of the 4 kids, do any of them have any scars that if I was in a grocery store and they were in a grocery store and I know that they were missing and I just seen this mark or a birthmark somewhere or a scar or whatever, and if I seen it, I would know that was that child?
Archer has a small scar above his left eyebrow that he got when he cracked his face open on a doggy door, but it's not super prominent. And then Hazel has 2 scratch marks on her right cheek. from a cat, but they're also not super prominent.
Okay. And you said that was the right cheek for Hazel?
Yes.
Okay. And then left above left eyebrow for Archer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Let me think of what else. Any birthmarks?
No.
Okay. The twins are the only two that wear glasses, right?
Yes.
Okay. They don't have contacts or anything like that?
No.
Does he have a criminal past?
No.
Okay.
The only thing he had was in 2019 when we got the restraining order that was granted for a year for domestic violence.
Okay. So a DV protection order. I'm just going to put that in 2019.
Or 2020.
Okay. Lord, I don't put 2012 here. I'll just put 2019 to 2020. Okay. And I know this is probably all in the background thing. I just don't remember what else was in the background.
It's like I know people are like, well, there's two sides to every story and could just be a vindictive mother. But we had the parenting plan in place for almost 2 years without incident.
When people start talking like that, don't pay any attention to them.
Yeah.
That's you're gonna have trolls on social media, and that is just people who are looking for attention because they have nothing better to do. So yeah, don't pay attention to people like that.
Yeah.
So what state do we think that he is in? Nevada?
All signs point to Oregon.
Okay. So Oregon. All right.
The authorities have checked several addresses there with no luck.
Okay.
But
do you know what part of Oregon he could possibly be in?
no.
Okay.
They've got Lebanon, maybe Rosedale.
Okay. Let me write Rosedale down. Let's see. All right. So I asked if he was on any type of medication. Do you have his email?
Josh's? Yes.
Okay. Send that to me if you don't mind. Okay. Chelsea says she's got family all over. I'm thinking if she has an older child that has went to live with her mom out in Missouri.
I feel like they would be with some of her family because, like I said, his family is they're at odds with each other a lot.
Okay. Does he like to fish, hunt, anything like that?
Yes. He likes hunting and fishing, but the entire time we were together, he never actually went hunting. And we only went fishing once or twice, and that was short-lived because he got upset with the children for not catching on how to cast a rod right away.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So his residency is in Washington. So if he was going to get a hunting or fishing license, it would have to be there unless he got an out-of-state hunting or fishing license. Okay.
And he does, because I know in certain areas, children under a certain age don't need a license to fish.
Right.
And he would frequently just have them take their rods so that he wouldn't have to get a license to fish.
Well, damn, he's using his children then.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so he uses kids to fish so he don't have to buy a license.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I'm writing this down. I keep going. I want to say that they're more than likely they're not hunting, Lord, camping. But then I go back to it's too cold to be camping right now with kids.
Yeah.
That's why they gotta be either at a relative's house, more likely some of her family, just because they're gonna think that uh, you're not gonna know any of her family.
Yeah.
Um,
and because that truck that was registered to her family was up at his mother's house.
mm-hmm. Around his mama's house, is there any cabins or uh, vacant houses or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No, the area that we live in, it's rural, but it's houses that people live in for decades.
Okay. So there's no like seasonal housings, like people have vacation houses or something like that there?
No, not in his area.
Okay. Because I'm thinking if he's not around his mama, then they're going to be around her family.
Oh yeah, no, he can be away from his mom.
Okay.
Because in 2018, after that Thanksgiving spat, they went cold turkey, no contact for almost an entire year. And the only reason they started talking again was because Hazel was born.
Okay. Was he a homebody, or did he like to go out and into the public and do things?
Very much a homebody.
Okay. So it's not going to bother him then if he has to stay holed up somewhere.
Oh, no, not at all. No, if we had to go out anywhere, he always wanted to know how long we would be gone and what time we would be home. Because he'd want to be out of there and back to the house at the time that I said we would be.
Okay. And then Chelsea said the Oregon vehicle was at his mom's house yesterday when she drove by.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So was that, I know you told me earlier, and I've done forgot, I do apologize, but who's the Oregon vehicle? Who does that belong to?
I believe it's registered to Virginia Christensen.
Which is her
grandmother.
Leanna's grandmother.
Yes.
Okay.
She's 80 years old as well, so I don't think she's just moseying on up here for a visit.
Okay, and it was at his mama's house?
Yes.
Okay, so what type of vehicle is this?
A little Toyota truck.
Okay, so it wouldn't fit 9 people then?
No, but it could fit boxes. In the police report, it says that one of the deputies went to the house and was speaking to Josh's mom, and she was in the process of packing up the kids' stuff.
She definitely knows where he's at. See, it's one of those box on wheels type. Okay. A Toyota Scion? Oh, like the little square, funny looking SUVs? Is that what you're talking about, Chelsea? And Chelsea, you're more than welcome to come up on panel if you would like. Here, I'll drop her a link if she wants to come up.
Is she talking about a toaster on wheels?
She said something about one of those box on wheels types. Okay.
Well, I'd be curious to know if that's what she saw, because if it was gray and it was a toaster on wheels, then that belongs to her 16-year-old son.
Which is the one who's supposed to be in Missouri, right?
Yes.
So did he take that vehicle with him to Missouri?
That is his car, yes. Because the house that they're living in is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. And when my kids were there, that would have been 8 kids and 4 adults. in a 3-bedroom home. So the 16-year-old was sleeping in his car.
Oh, wow.
My kids said that he went back to live with the grandma because he was tired of the bull at the house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you know if the police have ever went by that house when that vehicle was there?
They did, because it's in the police report, I believe, if it's the same car she's talking about.
Okay.
They had the license plate and stuff as well.
All right. We got backstage. Okay, Chelsea's about to come up. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay, so the vehicle that you were talking about, the little funny-looking SUV, was it a gray one?
It was hard to tell if it was silver or gray, but somewhere in that realm.
Okay. Was that the same car that they had in the report?
I believe so, because when I saw it in the report, I had Googled what type of car it was, and I remember thinking, that's one of those stupid-looking box on wheel type deals.
Yeah. Okay.
And, and it had Oregon plates, according to the police report.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I drove by...
Can you get a copy or get the plate number?
Yeah, it should be in the police report.
Okay. All right. I wonder then if
But I thought it was very strange that a car with Oregon plates that's registered to the address in Lebanon where her grandma lives would be at his mom's house.
Yeah, the gray one belongs to her son.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because the one that they had before they got into the accident was a maroon one that was similar to that, and he had the gray one.
Interesting.
Okay, so White Widow Baby says that it shows on Joshua's record that Leanna has a 2007 Honda Pilot. Does she still have that vehicle? We have a Honda Pilot and it has 8 seats.
The only Honda Pilot that I know of is his mother's.
Leanne's.
Okay.
And it's still at the house. That's her everyday vehicle.
Okay. All right, so that's Josh's mom's. I bet you Josh's mom and Leanna's son know where they're at.
100%.
Bet you.
He's probably up there picking up boxes.
Do you think he could have came and picked them up and brought? I wonder if there would be enough room for that. Would be 3 adults and 7 kids. Do y'all think there would be enough room in that vehicle for all of them to go from Washington or Oregon to Missouri?
I don't think so.
Not safely or legally.
Okay. Do you think he could have come and got them from Washington and took them to Oregon?
No.
Okay. Trying to think of what else. I know I'm missing a question here. Judy, I was just saying if Leanna's son had came and gotten them, it would have been the 7 kids and the 3 adults. Girlfriend is Leanna. Oh, did I write her information down? She's 30. Is she?
She's 37, I believe.
Okay, and she's got 4 kids total, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know I will come up with more questions. Does anybody else in the chat have questions for them that y'all can? Anything that I haven't thought about? Okay, Leanna shows that she used to be a pharmacy technician. Is it possible that she could be getting the medication for Hazel through old ties?
I mean, it is a possibility. If she's willing to do more illegal stuff.
Right. So let's see. We have. She worked. Was it CVS? She worked at.
I'm not sure what her ability is on retaining friends. Like most of my friends I've had for 15 years or more.
Right. I mean, yeah. I'm still best friends with 4 people from 7th grade.
Yeah.
Some people just don't keep friends. They don't have that capability. Did they look at the Minnesota family connection? Do y'all know anybody in Minnesota?
You mean Missouri?
Crime Crazy, do you mean Missouri or Minnesota? Judy, yeah, I checked her Venmo and I checked his. They both have an account. Neither have any transactions on them, though. Wait, what a baby, because I remember that the other night and I was looking through it and I was like, she's got like, what does somebody need that many emails for? Minnesota on the Agger side. So she's got family in Minnesota then. So that would be somewhere that she probably knows that y'all wouldn't know about having family there.
Yeah, I mean, most of her side we don't know a lot about.
Everything that we've found by looking at Facebook.
Okay. I guarantee you his mama knows where they're at. And they're going to be with somebody on her family.
And like I said in the comments, I don't know if you caught it, but her mom seems to be a very involved grandma. She's got photos on her Facebook of all of Leanna's kids, and I can't imagine that she doesn't know where her daughter and her grandkids are.
Do y'all know if police have talked to her? Because I wonder if the police department out there even know about these kids missing and can possibly be with someone who has ties back to their town. Miss Chewy, are you okay? Okay, are y'all still up here with me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was just making sure. Sometimes my internet wants to act up and make it where people can't hear me. I think the town out there in Missouri where her mama lives at, I think they need to be made aware of these kids, of Archer and Phelan, Ember and Hazel, that they're missing, and possibly, well, they are with someone who has ties to their town.
Yeah.
And send them a missing person poster. Is there any type of reward or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I wonder. I'm gonna write this down. Cleveland, Missouri.
I mean, I'd totally offer some kind of something, but the lawyer fees are kind of draining everything, so.
Right, no, I get that. Do you have a Cash App or anything like that?
I do have a Cash App, yes.
Okay. Can you send it to me and I can post it in my chat for you?
Okay.
And then that way we can see what we can do to help you out. But I think I may call that little town, you said Cleaver, Missouri?
Clever.
Y'all.
And she also had shown that she'd maybe previously lived in like Ozark, Missouri, which is another town really close by Clever.
Okay. I may call that police department tomorrow and just ask them if they are aware of it, that there are 4 missing kids from Washington, and they are with their dad and his girlfriend who has ties to their town, and just see what they have to say about it. Because if the police in Washington are doing their job, they would have gotten in touch with all of her immediate family in that area. Like in Missouri, gotten in touch with that police department. If her daddy lives in Dallas, Texas, they would have gotten in touch with the police department in Dallas, Texas, and been like, okay, look, we got 4 kids missing. They're with their dad, his girlfriend's dad lives in your area.
I don't know if they're necessarily focusing on her and her family so much. I mean, even in the police report, when they came up with the address in Lebanon, they said that the person that lived there seemed to have some relation to Joshua, like she had maybe paid a bill for him or something. There was no mention of the fact that it was her grandmother. We found that out through our own investigative work. So,
okay.
Yeah.
They seem to be focusing more on Joshua and
trying to get them to see that maybe he's gone out of state with them. They were very patronizing about it. Like, well, what makes you think that he would have left the state with them? Very.
Okay, so, and I'm from Louisiana, so I don't know what type of roads y'all have up there, but is there like a lot of toll roads and stuff like that up there? Or like cameras on throughout the interstates and stuff like that could have possibly caught them going out of state?
Chelsea, I think you'd know that better than I would.
I'm not really sure, honestly.
Okay. Big G, how are you? Okay, so Paige wants to know, can you please ask if they've actually called the pharmacy to see if the medication has been transferred to another pharmacy?
Just last week I picked up her April refill.
Okay.
And I asked the pharmacist if it had been transferred, if it would still be being filled here. And she said, no, if it had gotten transferred, you would not be able to pick it up here.
Right.
And if it did get a different copy to be filled somewhere else, when this pharmacy went to fill it, they would have gotten a rejection notice from the insurance, which would have made this pharmacist call the new pharmacy, or vice versa.
Okay.
So because I was able to pick up April's refill, nobody has tried to transfer her prescription.
Okay.
Were you able to confirm when it was picked up last prior to that pickup?
No. Well, prior to that one, it was me on March 2nd.
No, I mean, like, if it was picked up at any point from in between when you picked it up, either time.
I was not.
And you had only sent what she needed for the weekend when she went for the visit, correct?
Yeah, like I normally do.
So it's possible if they didn't pick up the prescription that she hasn't had her medication since January 23rd when she was supposed to have come home.
Oh, dear God.
Well, no, because when I do send it with them, there's always a little bit extra because sometimes she spits some of it out, or it, if she's sick and throws it up or anything like that.
So maybe a few days past that.
Possibly could have lasted them a week longer. So I would say end of January. She hasn't been getting her meds.
Yeah, that is like, oh my God. That is crazy. This man is not getting, like, he's not bringing these kids home so this baby can get her medicine. Like, I want all the babies home with you. but you know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah, shoot her if that's priority,
right.
because that's life
That's
and death.
right. And she's not. I mean, she's only 3, so it's not like she can say, "Daddy, I need my medicine. Like, I need to go to the doctor. I need to go get my medicine refilled." Like, she can't do that.
Yeah. She hasn't had any episodes since she's been older because she's been on the meds. So the only way for us to tell that she still needs the meds is every 6 months she gets a Holter monitor put on her heart for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cardiologist reads it and can see her heartbeat rhythms. And she's still got one in her lower heart that is off, which is why she's still on the medication.
Okay. Well, I just got rid of a Holter monitor. I had to wear one for 48 hours. I know it irritated me. I can just imagine a 3-year-old.
She does pretty good with it. Her favorite time is when we get to take it off, and then she gets to take the sticky stickers off.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have a picture of her because she likes to peel them off and then stick them on her face.
Oh. Trying to think if there's anything else. Like I've asked descriptions, no tattoos, no piercings. If he dyes his hair, it's a bright color. No scars. He walks like a stick up his ass. What else?
I love that.
Gotta have some humor.
I asked. That was her answer. So I wrote it down like she said.
Chelsea can confirm.
Yeah, this is the guy who I believe sought her out because she was young and naive and had very little life experience when they met. Mm-hmm. And I think that he picked her just for that reason, because he knew that he could mold her into this person that he could control.
Right.
And then he alienated her from her entire family. And when she finally came back and started talking to us again, he told her that she was cheating on him with me because she was talking to me about their relationship problems. Just classic alienation and control.
Well, yeah, because we missed Christmas and stuff for 5 years?
Yeah, there was many years when we were not connected. Yeah. And it was all because of him.
That is that's classic grooming and control, like White Little Baby said. That's what that was. And more than likely, that's what he's doing to Leanna as well.
Absolutely. I believe it.
Hey, Lori, how are you? Okay, so I'm trying to think if there's anything. He said he hardly ever shaves his face. He only did it because it was work related.
Uh-huh.
He prefers glasses, jeans and button. What type of shoes does he usually wear? Like boots, tennis shoes?
If he can afford it, sometimes he wears cowboy boots.
Okay. Does he have like a certain brand or type?
No, they're normally brown.
Okay.
But if he can get away with it, he does wear tennis shoes or dress shoes with his jeans. If he knows he's going to be doing any kind of work that might scuff his shoes, he tends to prefer Pumas.
Okay. So, Puma tennis shoes. All right. Trying to think of anything else. Okay, and his hair is like a brownish color, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And he tends to keep it on the shorter side.
Okay. And what color is his eyes?
Brown.
Okay. All right. How does it have how tall he is on that?
He says he's 6 foot. but I'd say he's probably 5'11".
Okay, yeah, there it is. So
That's what the
5'11".
police dossier information said was 5'11".
Okay. Yes. Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else. All right. Does anybody have any other questions that I'm not thinking of? Is he related to Brian Susee?
Yeah, Brian is his father.
Okay.
But I don't know if he's a Susee. Yeah, Brian is his brother. Is his dad. His mom also has a brother named Brian, but I think his last name's Walker.
Okay. So Brian Walker would be mom's brother?
I believe that's his last name.
Okay. And then somebody asked, and if you don't want to say it, that's fine. But somebody had asked, what's the medication that Hazel is on?
Propranolol.
Okay. Is that something that can be ordered online, or does it have to have a prescription?
I'm pretty sure it has to have a prescription.
Okay. Ashley wants to know if you know a Cindy Woodward.
No.
Okay.
Cindy could potentially be his aunt.
Okay.
In Alaska. But I'm not sure on what her last name would be.
Okay. Let's see. So I'm just going to write aunt in Alaska.
Or cousin.
I know just as soon as I'm done here tonight, I'm going to think of like 1,000 questions.
That's how it works.
Okay. My husband said that he's going to, I'm going to email him the poster here in a minute, and he's going to post it in all of the Facebook groups that he's part of. Cindy Woodward in Wendell, North Carolina.
North Carolina. No, I wouldn't know who that one is then.
So wait, Big Al is saying that you can get that medication online.
In the liquid form?
Big Al, is it in the liquid form? Have the cops not checked his bank record? What about his bank records? Have they checked that?
Not that they've told me. They haven't told me if they're pinging his bank accounts, credit cards, anything.
Okay.
They haven't shared much about what they're doing.
Right. I mean, I'm going to call them and just see. I'm going to talk to, hold on, I got the cop's name down. Gaston? Is that
Gaston, like from Beauty and the Beast.
Okay, so I've got his name. I'm going to call him and just see if he'll give me any information. I'm just going to be like, look, I have a YouTube channel. I cover true crime. I come across this case. There's nothing out there on it. People are interested in it, and they want to know what they can do to help these kids. Is there any information that you can give us that won't hurt the investigation?
Yeah, he seems to be the more forthcoming of the two deputies.
Okay. And then I'm going to call the one out in Missouri and just be like, I'm gonna call like I'm being like I'm just a concerned citizen.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that there's 4 missing kids out of Washington who are with their dad and their dad's girlfriend And the girlfriend has a mother who lives in your town. Did y'all know that they could possibly be in your town?
And I mean, for all intents and purposes, you are a concerned citizen.
Right. And, if they say, no, we didn't know that, then I'm going to be like, okay, I need an email address where I can send you the missing person flyer. And I have pictures of Leanna that I can send them. Or I can send it through Twitter or Facebook. I'm sure they would have a Twitter or Facebook account, I would assume. And just put it out there. And they have the names. Go ahead.
Do you have both pages of the flyer?
Yes, I have this one here that I have pulled up on screen, and then I have the one that tells the story.
Okay.
Of what happened, and then there's also the other flyer, but I don't usually share that one just because it's not as information filled as what this one is.
Yeah, that was part of the reason why I made the new one, just because I thought better pictures of the kids' faces and more information.
And the actual sheriff's department's number.
Yeah, not the fax number for the sheriff's department.
But
I thought it was important to have her picture and the kids that may be traveling with them on there as well, just so people can see if you're looking for 7 kids.
Right. I mean, yeah, you can't hide with 7 kids. It's not possible. I have 3, and you get noticed with 3 kids. I can just imagine 7. Okay, so Paige in chat wants to know if the pics of the kids, if they're up to date.
Yes.
Okay.
The Archer, Faye, and Ember's pictures are their most recent school pictures. And I did send you more on Messenger, but...
Okay. All right. Yes. No, wait, I will. I'll tell him about the bond. Be like, this dude's got an arrest warrant. He's took his kids. There's $1 million bond when he's arrested. Like, you got to tell them that, and they're gonna be like, okay, we need to go check this out. Especially whenever you tell them that a 3-year-old has a heart condition, and she needs her medicine. Maybe they'll.
And they gotta feel like they've got a pretty strong case against him if they issued that warrant.
Right. For $1 million too.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why it's not being mentioned on like the news articles and things, but on the original warrant that they issued, there was also mention of a domestic violence charge that they were issuing at the same time. I don't know if that's been changed since it was originally issued, because I haven't seen that mentioned on the newer stuff.
Okay. Because whenever I seen it on their Facebook, which I still can't believe they haven't put the baby's pictures on there.
You'd think that would be important.
Right. And that's why I tagged them in Twitter and was like, if y'all are not going to do it, then I'll do it for you. And I shared this one that I had pulled up here. I shared it again on Twitter and tagged them in it. It's like, if y'all are not going to do it, then I will do it for you. Y'all were slacking. Like, these kids, they're all priority, but there is a sense of urgency. It's a matter of life and death for Hazel. And I don't understand what they don't comprehend about that. And yes, it is too hush-hush, and that's not good. Like, what are they being so hush-hush about when it comes to 4 missing kids? I don't understand it.
Probably because it took them so long to take me seriously in the first place.
That's what I said, girl. If I would have knew about this whenever it first happened, oh my gosh. I'd have been like, y'all need to do something. Y'all taking too long. I would have just told them, because like I said, I understand your point of view. Like, you don't want to step on toes because you need them to help you. But if you get other people that's out here screaming for you, they'll, they don't like it, but you know what? We wouldn't have to scream if they did their job.
My lawyer's getting fed up with it too. She was the one that was saying we need to make noise.
That's what I'm saying. We can make some noise. Yes, there needs to be an Amber Alert for sure.
Absolutely. I've been saying
No,
that all along.
Paige, no, he doesn't have any family or friends or anything like that in law enforcement. Let's see. This might be a good one to reach out to other channels. I could reach out to Zab Girl. Okay. Thank you, Big Al. Troll even said that too about reaching out to some of the other channels and getting them to share it. I know Sleuthy on Twitter has a lot of followers. Maybe I can get her to share it too and get it out there. Because, I mean, there's... Oh, God. I don't even know how many other channels there is in the true crime community. Icket Mail, Grizzly. Who else? What?
Gray Hughes.
Oh, Gray Hughes. I'm sure we could. There's. You have the Big Al. Yes, I know. Yes, T-Rev. We'll get these babies' pictures out. Y'all don't worry. We will get it out to as many other YouTube channels that we can. I'm trying to think of who else. What? Plunder. That's another good one. Yeah, we can give it to Miss Daisy and Jinkies. Sleuthy Mom? Did somebody say her? We'll get it out. Annie Elise is another good one. So y'all, I promise y'all we will get these out to a lot. And get these babies' pictures out there. And plaster his picture all over the place too.
As much as I hate seeing it everywhere.
Right. Well, I mean, if the more places we can get his pictures and those kids' pictures,
yep.
He's going to get to a point where if he is getting help from somebody, he's not going to be able to get help from them because it's going to bring too much heat to him. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you get all of these different and all these channels that they're naming are decent sized channels. And they, they have a big following and they can get it out to more people. See, is the mother okay with us forwarding her email to other channels so she can bring the story firsthand to other panels? Would you be okay with that, Madison?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jennifer, she was saying she hates seeing his face everywhere because there's a lot of trauma and bad history with him.
See.
She was asking why would she hate seeing this everywhere. I think she misunderstood. She was just saying getting his face out there is important, but she doesn't like seeing his face.
Right. She don't want to see his face, but it is for it's a good reason and worth it to get the babies back.
Absolutely.
Chelsea, do you have any other pictures of him?
Let me check.
Because I've got him blocked on everything, but the King 5 reporter was asking for other pictures of him as well.
I bet your dad could find some on his Facebook. I think he has me blocked on Facebook as well, but...
Okay, what is his name on Facebook? And I'll see if I can look him up. And is it just Joshua Susee or Susee or...
I think it's Joshua Lee.
Okay. All right.
Joshua Lee, Susee.
Okay.
Susee.
Hey, Commander, how are you? Jennifer, how are you? think I missed a comment in chat. I'm going to... Valerie, you're talking about T-Rev? I think I seen where you said you were one of his mods. Okay. And yes, I will send her information to the creators. I'll do that privately. I'm not going to put any of her information in chat or anything like that. So, and whenever I do send your name and stuff like that to any creator asking them to get this out, I will let you know what creator it is that I send it to.
Okay.
That way you'll know. Okay. Duty Ron would be a good one. Yeah, he's former, ain't he former NYPD detective, I believe. Adam Walsh Foundation. Trying to think of some other good ones. Yeah, just some of them you have to be careful with though. They're not. They will exploit it. Is what I should say. They're more for clicks and views and money and stuff like that, rather than doing the right thing. Sweet Melissa, isn't Trisha? She's the redheaded lady, right? That used to have the body bags guy. What is his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. He's the forensic pathologist dude that's always is it Jeffrey Scott Morgan? Is that his name? That's all, because I remember I used to watch Trisha a lot whenever Gabby Petito came out. Okay, I have paneled with Ron and Zev. I will reach out. Thank you, Big Al. So, hopefully within the next few days, we will have these pictures out to more people. And Joseph Scott Morgan, that is right. And there will be more attention brought to it. Steph, how are you? Okay, I'm trying to think. Can anybody in the chat right now, just off the top of your heads, think of any other questions that I'm missing that has to do with appearance, like just anything that might help with Joshua and or Leanna? Because I know I'm forgetting something. And I know as soon as I go to lay down tonight, it's going to pop in my head. Braces. So do you know if any of her kids have braces?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And all yours are too small for braces, right?
Archer might need some at some point.
Okay. But he wouldn't have them right now though, right?
No, they're waiting for his molars to come up a little bit more because they don't have anywhere to anchor them to at the moment. In a couple of the pictures I sent, you can see he's got really crowded front teeth.
Okay.
He actually missed his orthodontist checkup because of this whole ordeal.
Okay. What about, do either one of them have like a certain type of accent?
No.
Okay. No speech impediments, stutters, anything like that?
Archer has a bit of a speech impediment.
Okay.
But
what about Joshua or Leanna?
No.
Okay. And none of them have like any type of physical disability.
No.
That would, like, if we were to see them somewhere, we would notice. Okay.
No.
Okay. can't think of anything else. I think we've asked like everything except for what size clothes the man wears. Uh, Steph, no, you're fine, honey. What about their last known clothing?
That I'm not sure. They had different clothes over at their dad's house.
Okay, so it wasn't any that you packed up for them?
No.
Okay.
The last time I got to talk to them was March 1st because I had that Zoom visit on Wednesday, and I only got to talk to the younger two. The older two were never asked if they wanted to talk to me. They were never told that it was time for a visit. They were often distracted with other things that they wanted to do more often, like video games or movies.
Okay. Okay, so you said that he had a cell phone, but the number that you have has been disconnected or nobody answers it, goes straight to voicemail or whatever.
Leanna's has been disconnected and his just goes straight to voicemail.
Okay. I wonder if he disconnected hers on purpose but kept his just in case they need it. But
Possibly.
maybe disconnected hers so
with her skip trace, though, it seems like she goes through phone numbers about as much as she does email addresses.
Oh yeah, I've never seen somebody have so many email addresses. Do either one of them have an iPhone? Does either one of them have an iPhone?
Josh hates iPhones.
Okay.
And I could not tell you what Leanna has.
Okay.
I was assuming they probably got like prepaid phones or something to use to communicate with family without being traced.
Does his mom, and I know this is going to sound crazy because most people nowadays don't have them, but does his mom have a house phone or does she just have a cell phone?
No, she just has a cell phone.
I wonder if the police are tracking it to keep up with what calls come into her or text messages or something.
I'm not sure. I know they've called her before, but I don't know if they're tracking her calls.
Okay. All right, so
Leanna's last name is Eggers.
If you had to pick, and I know you probably won't know this about Leanna, which is fine, but if you had to pick 3 states that you would guess that they're in, what would those 3 be?
Oregon, Nevada, or Missouri.
Okay.
Joshua hates California, so I don't think he would go there.
All right. Plus, it's like super expensive. They would run out of money quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Nevada, you said that he grew up there, went camping with his grandfather. They have ties. Okay, so her mom lives in Missouri. I'm just writing down their ties to each of these states. Okay, and then Oregon. So Oregon is where Leanna lived at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's where it seems like she had most of her addresses bouncing around, too.
And the majority of her family members lived there. Her mom lived there prior to going back to Missouri.
Okay. Right. I'm just wondering how far they got with 7 kids without going detected. But if we,
like I said, it would depend on how far they got before
it went out.
Before people were looking for them, yeah.
Well, It's going to be hard for him to keep hiding once more YouTube channels pick this up and more people on Twitter and Facebook pick it up. So once that happens, I mean, I have people in here that are from the States. I have Canadian people. I have people from Australia. I have people all over the world. And it's like that with other YouTube channels. It's not just people in the States. So anywhere he goes in the US, there's going to be somebody in that area within an hour or two that's in a YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be very hard for him once this gets out. No, wish I would have known about it as soon as it happened.
Looks like they might have family in Eastern Washington as well.
Okay, who does? Josh or Leanna?
I'm looking at Leanna's mom's Facebook, and there's listed a nephew in Spokane and a sister-in-law in Moses Lake.
I think potentially that's why they said they were going towards Cle Elum.
Possibly. And she also lists a son in Corvallis, Oregon.
Okay. All right, I'm just writing all this down. Okay. Let's see. She does have a previous addresses in California. Okay, so Tracy said, I'm from the Ozarks, and if they made it here, good luck. But I will see what I can find. Thank you, Tracy. Corvallis is right across the county line from Albany. So, Roger, are you very far from there? So, wait, what a baby. She had an address in Cincinnati as well? Lord, I done spelled Cincinnati all wrong, y'all. Okay. Okay, so that was Leanna. See, there are very nice parts of Mexico and Baja. People go to hide there all the time. But Steph, they have 7 kids with them. I just feel like if they were going, maybe flying into Mexico, it may be a little bit easier, but crossing the border, whether it's walking or driving with 7 kids, I don't know if that would be the smartest thing for them to do. But she did say he wasn't very bright. So. Okay. I'm just trying to think. I can't think of anything else. How do I copy the picture, forward it to people? Jan, it is in this. There's 2 different versions of the missing person poster, but this is the one that I have pulled up that needs to be shared. It is in the Facebook group. And it is also on the Facebook group that was made for the Susee children or Susee children.
Susee's fine.
Or Susie.
Yeah, I just been pronouncing it as Susee.
Susee.
Let's see. Hey, King Scarlet. Let's see. I'm just thinking, where could you hide with 7 kids? That's what I'm thinking, Steph. I mean, it's too cold. Like in Louisiana, it was 80 something today. It's 76 right now. That's kind of good camping weather, but with kids, you got mosquitoes. Uh, rest of the place is cold. Snow on the ground. It's not ideal for camping with kids. I'm thinking they got to be in a hotel somewhere or with family. And a hotel is going to get super ass expensive.
Yeah.
When you have to have like 2 or 3 rooms.
I know his parents have always wanted to move to Montana, but I don't know if they've had the money to afford any land out there.
Do you know what part of Montana?
No.
Okay.
They would just frequently look at land listings and dream of moving.
Okay. Oh yeah, and Marissa said, they could be in an Airbnb, which is going to get expensive as well. Because I mean, they're going to have to do something for money. Eventually, if they're not staying with family members, they got to feed 7 kids. So they got to be somewhere with someone. Let's see what else we need to add this to our community page for a quick grab. Yes, I do need to put it on my community page. I need to make a note so I don't forget. I gotta make myself a note, y'all, to put the kids poster on community page.
My kids have been away from me since January 19th.
So right after that would be the last time Hazel had her medicine in.
Yeah, I'd probably say maybe a week after.
Okay.
Give or take.
That's what worries me. Like I'm worried about all of them. You know, don't get me wrong, but it's just when you have a little kid like that, you know, they can't tell you a lot of things. This dude needs his ass kicked. I'm sorry. I know y'all don't condone violence, but
Only for legal purposes.
he really needs his ass kicked for doing these kids.
That's why I'm hoping he has consequences this time, because he's done a lot of stuff and he never has consequences. And so his ego just gets bigger and he gets bolder.
Well, hopefully, like you said, they have a sufficient amount of evidence in order for them to get this arrest warrant. There has to be a probable cause out there for the arrest warrant. Do y'all have like that whole thing, right? With the arrest warrant? Okay. Like they have to have sufficient amount. Let's see, for legal purposes. I mean, yeah, he just seems like the type of person that doesn't take accountability for his actions.
0. He stated to me once that there's nothing wrong with him. It's the entire world that is the problem.
So the entire world is supposed to revolve around him.
The entire world is wrong, and he's right.
That is crazy. Chrome Crazy said, I slapped him from one end of the calendar to the other. Just saying.
As far as I'm aware, he's not into crypto, no.
Because do they track crypto?
I don't know.
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I've heard that they don't track it, but I could be wrong. Does he prefer cash or card?
A little bit of both. He never let me have cash because he couldn't track what I was spending it on.
Right.
But he would frequently make purchases that I never saw, so I think he would use cash for himself.
Okay. So I'm just going to put both. Does he have like a 401k that he could have cashed out or anything
I
like
don't
that?
believe so. He's not really the investing savvy kind of.
Okay.
He's paycheck to paycheck. Blow any extra money on fun things for myself kind of guy.
Okay. Which is not a good thing when you have 7 kids with you.
And then complain that you have to work paycheck to paycheck.
So does not know how to save money.
No, when I first got together with him, I had about $8,000 in savings, and he drained through it pretty fast.
Oh, wow. So he's eventually, either him or Leanna are going to have to find work somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to have to. Like this money, even like I said before, even if it does come from the taxes, it's not going to last forever.
Yeah, and he is mostly against any kind of state or government assistance. So, it took me practically begging him to allow for me to get WIC and EBT benefits or even food bank benefits, because he viewed that as him not being able to provide like he should, and that he was less than because of it.
Okay. Do you think he would go completely off grid?
He might try, but he does not have the skill sets that he thinks he does in order to accomplish that.
Okay, so he doesn't know how to do like gardens and stuff like that, which I know it's still cold weather up there, but if you're going to go completely off grid, there's hunting and fishing and then gardening. And do you think you would know how to do that?
No, he likes to hype up his skill set, but when it comes down to the nitty gritty, he's not very good.
Okay.
I don't feel like this was that far thought out and planned.
It's kind of like a spur of the moment type thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because when the prosecuting attorney didn't press charges against me and just released me from jail, he immediately went to the courthouse and got a restraining order with the same stuff that they had given to the police with the false allegations.
And then when that got denied, that's when he took off.
Well, let's just say this guy got $20,000 back on his taxes. If he's using the bank for anything, they know where he is. I mean, we can all agree on that, right? I mean, it's just if he's got a card, they know where the card's being used. If he was smart and withdrew all of his money from the bank, now, I mean, not very many people are familiar with it, but I don't know if you've ever seen $20,000 in cash in small bills, but it's a pile of money.
Right. Along with 7 kids.
Along with 7 children you're lugging around. I mean, and once that money's gone, he's going to have to use a social security number or a bank card or something.
Like he's eventually going to slip because he's going to get desperate.
Because people think, oh, I'll just cash everything out and run away with a bunch of cash. It's not that easy to live life on cash. It truly isn't. I mean, it's not like you can't go pay your rent with it. You can't pay your electric bill with it. You know, you've got to find other means, purchasing money orders or whatever, but everything's tracked.
Let me ask you this: does he have any Native American in him?
He says he does, and that he does have enough to claim Native American, but he refuses to do so.
I call bullshit.
I would
He'd
too.
grab that money if he could. 9.5 out of 10 would. I mean, that's just. And I don't buy the whole staying off of it. If he needs money or some sort of assistance, and he can't find a job, which nowadays is crazy, should be able to find a job anywhere he wants for cash.
Yeah, if he could go without working, that's his ideal thing.
Yeah, well then he'd grab that Indian money.
Do you think
tribal
he
people
might
up
have
here get a lot?
Do you think he might have went to one of the reservations around there?
No.
It turns it federal if he did. But then he'd have to have proof that he was a member, or he couldn't live there.
Right.
It's not like you can just roll up and be like, "Hey, I'm home."
Oh
no, it doesn't work that way.
No, you gotta turn in like the whole family tree. And
oh yeah.
All that.
No, but I wanted to jump on just to talk about living on cash because there's nothing easy. No, number one, having 9 people in a vehicle running around wherever you're running around, but then dealing with all that cash, and he's spending with 9 people. They're not renting you one hotel room for 9 people.
Oh no, at least
no
2
places.
doubles.
They're gonna at least 2 doubles, probably 3. So you're talking a minimum of $300 a day just on lodging.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking he's at someone's house.
Yeah, I don't think he can make it in hotels or campgrounds or anything like that right now. Too expensive.
In campgrounds, like I said, if he's up north somewhere, it's going to be too cold. If he's down here in the southern part, you got mosquitoes that will carry the babies off.
Well, that and all the storms are horrendous. Right. And even with a camper with 9 people, you're looking at a huge 5th wheel toy hauler or something with bunk beds and sleeping compartments. And, that's you're talking about a big ass camper for 9 people.
I feel like someone's definitely helping him.
Oh, for sure. I think it's Missouri. I think that's the key is Missouri.
But the storms went through Missouri the other night. I wonder if her mom was affected by those storms and the tornadoes and all that.
Oh.
I was just looking through her mom's Facebook stuff again, and there's a relative that I'm pretty sure I looked at the other day that had location information that now doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a review that she had posted for a pizza place in Missouri, and it said December of 2021. We have just moved to the area, so that's potentially 2 family members that live in that same area.
Okay.
Well, if she's got
in
any
Ozark, Missouri,
if she's got any public posts, you should be posting that image of that flyer. Anywhere you can attach it to her. You know, any public comment she makes on Facebook or any public post on her page, that thing should be getting plastered.
I would tag them. I would just go through all of her family members on Facebook, Twitter, whatever. And I would tag every single one of them.
Yep.
And put the whole story with the kids, both of the things. This picture I got pulled up here, and then the other one that tells the story with her picture and her kids. I would tag every one of her family members in it.
I had thought about that, but had held off just because I didn't want people to see that and get scared and block me and not have access to.
You have random people like us do it for you.
Absolutely. Please feel free.
You can only block so many people.
Right.
But if they're there and they're snowing everybody and nobody knows that they're missing, and then all of a sudden, holy shit, look at this missing flyer. Isn't this your kid? Isn't this the neighbor that's been across the street?
Or even if they do know that they're missing, they're probably being told the story that he's just trying to save them.
Well, and that's you can Google map the town, find out where the gas stations are, pull up their pins, grab their address, and send them a copy of the flyer and ask them to hang it up.
Do we have anybody here that in the chat right now that is from Missouri? Did you say Cleaver?
Ozark and
there was somebody from Ozark, yeah.
Clever. I don't know why I keep saying Cleaver.
There was somebody from Ozark that said they were like 15, 20 minutes away.
We need somebody from Missouri who can grab a screenshot of it and send it out to as many people as possible in Missouri.
Was it Tracy Wheeler?
See, I
think it was.
Okay, so Tracy, are you from? You're from? Are you? Shit, I can't even talk tonight, y'all. It's 3:00 in the morning, y'all.
Oh, God, it is. Jesus.
Tracy, are you the one that's from Missouri, from the Ozark area? Because that would be, if we can get some people in Missouri to just flood that area with missing person posters. That would be awesome.
He's claiming that he's saving them from me because I'm physically abusive.
Which she has proven that she's not.
Yeah.
So yeah, family in Missouri, went to school at Seneca, Missouri, 16 miles south of Joplin. Okay. How close is Clever, right? I keep wanting to say Cleaver. How close is that to Joplin?
And Clever's a small town. It's only population was 2,000 and change on the 2010 census. So
then it won't.
As of 2021, there are 3,020 people in the bustling.
So I mean, if they're there, people are going to know about it.
Just think, as small as that is, it's not going to be that hard to get those pictures out for these missing person posters. And it's going to, if it's like where I live, which is a small area, when one person sees it, it spreads like wildfire.
Yeah.
And everybody by the end of the day in this little town is going to know about it.
Well, it's the closest city is Springfield, and that's a pretty big city.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's a fair distance from Branson. You know, it's not like it's right down the road. It's closer to Springfield than it is to Branson.
Lake Oakthorpe, Missouri is going to start getting very busy warmer it gets.
But Ozark is straight east, like 10 miles.
16 miles.
Yeah. So if there's somebody from Ozark, I mean, I'm zooming into Clever now on Google Earth, and there's the First Baptist Church, the tire shop. I mean, all of their local businesses are on here. So all you gotta do is find a couple gas stations. There's a Casey, there's a Dollar General. Just find a couple of those and just call them up and say, hey, do you got an email address I can send you a flyer to? There's a family that's missing. We're reason to believe they might have come through your small town. And I don't see why anybody wouldn't put them up.
It would be legit. I mean, she does have a mama who lives there. She has ties there, so. Would they try to enroll them in school? You think they would try to enroll the kids in school?
They can't.
It takes some big balls.
They'd need the transfer records from their other school, which at the moment the restraining order prohibits.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot you told me that.
Unless they told them they've been homeschooled and gave fake names or something, but I feel like you'd still have to show
some kind of paperwork.
They'd still have to show birth certificate and stuff like that. Flyer in the post office, the banks, anywhere like that. Especially any type of store, like a Dollar General gets a lot of foot traffic.
Yep.
Especially when you're feeding 9 people on a budget.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. 9 people. There's some ramen in there somewhere.
Oh yeah,
that's a lot of mouths to feed.
But see, Hazel has isn't there like a certain dietary thing that she has to follow though?
She can't go long periods without eating, Because she has to stay out of ketosis, and she's supposed to have lots of complex carbs.
Okay. So yeah, they're probably hitting the dollar store up wherever they're at. Family Dollar, the Dollar Tree, Dollar General, any type of dollar store. More than likely, it's going to be like a cheap way.
Yeah, they got a Casey's gas station. They'll hang it up for sure. And that's right on the main drag.
Yeah, I mean.
But yeah, I would say get them things up there, because if the cops aren't doing their job, they're not thinking like us right now.
Right.
And let's face it, over the last couple of years, how many times have we seen these small police forces not do their jobs?
Well, I mean, how many missing persons has YouTube found?
Yeah.
Gabby, Kylie,
Yeah, and Kylie, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the verdict's still up in the air on Kylie.
Right. That is true.
But
I don't
see that one as being a done deal at all.
Right. But for sure, Gabby was found by, well, not her actually, but the area where she was at was YouTubers. So social media's got a lot of influence.
Yeah, I'll be jumping on the info as soon as you get it to me.
Okay.
And I wish your family the best of luck.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can make an impact.
Oh, you guys already are.
Like I said earlier, there's a lot of big brains in this chat room. A lot of them do a really good job of faking it like they're not smart, but they're pretty smart. There's some pretty damn smart people in here with some really good ideas. So
and a lot of nosy people. See, that's what gets the job done. Nosy people.
Yep, nosy helps. Yep. White Widow baby just happened to jump right on the chat on that one.
and being hard-headed and stubborn, all of that helps.
White Widow baby, I love you, and every day that ends in Y.
We definitely appreciate
I'm gonna call it a night. Hopefully, I'll wake up to some info and I'll get jumping on this.
Okay, yeah, I saw where you sent me a DM on Twitter. I'm just gonna leave it there so I don't forget, and I'll send it over to you in the morning once I wake up.
Cool beans. All right, y'all. Be good. Be safe.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
Wait. Do you need to? Oh, I'm crazy. So yeah, we're gonna get this out to some other channels, and I'm gonna call both of those sheriff's departments. I'll Google their numbers tomorrow, call them, and just see if I can get some type of information from them.
Uh-huh.
I may not get anything, but it won't hurt to try.
Yeah, that one Kitsap Sun article had more information in it than I've been given, so...
Yeah. And I mean, they could have... It's a possibility they could have did a FOIA request for that and got it. It might not have taken them that long to get it back.
Would have been really quick, because the picture they used of my kids is one that I just sent to the King 5 reporter.
Well, at least they're reaching out to you, though. Like,
yeah.
That's something. The other day, I'm sitting here and I'm Googling Archer's name and Faye Lynn's name, and I can't find anything on them. And then today, there's 2 articles out.
Yeah, King 5 was the only one that reached out. I didn't even know about the Kitsap Sun one until a friend of mine found it.
Yeah, I found it on Twitter.
I don't have Twitter.
Yeah, they somebody had posted when I had posted the kids missing their poster when I had tagged the Kitsap Sheriff's Department, and somebody had responded with that Kitsap article in there.
Yes, they did air it on the news, actually.
I sent a link in our chat, man.
Oh, did you just send that?
To the family chat.
Oh, it's in the Facebook group or in one that y'all have?
Yeah, I sent it to our family chat.
Oh, okay.
I can put it up in the Facebook group too.
Let's see if I can pull it up. Okay, and it's the K5 article, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think I have it already pulled up here.
They did air it on the news, like at 11, I think.
Okay, 11 is 1 o'clock my time, I believe. Am I 2 hours ahead of Pacific time now?
Well, it's 1 a.m. here.
Okay, so yes, I'm 2 hours ahead. The time change thing it's crazy sometimes trying to keep up with everybody's time zones. K5 right here. Okay, so I got the article. All right, so warrant issued for Kitsap County man believed to have taken his 4 kids against court orders. Wait, didn't I read this?
I
was a
read the
video.
Kitsap Sun one.
There was a video on the King 5 one.
Where's the video at? Is this it? No, this picture. Hold on. Where's the video at? Oh, that ain't it.
I know George sent me a clip of it. Oh, that might be it.
Is this it? Yeah, this is going to be it right here. Let me pull it up in another. Okay, stop sharing. All right, I'm going to pull the video up.
Believed to have taken his 4 kids. Like, where else would they be if he didn't take them?
Okay. Okay. Stop. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I'm trying to pause it. I'm hitting the wrong dang button. Okay. Let me get it pulled up here now. Okay. Okay, can everybody see it? I don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
My gut instinct is telling me that they think that I don't want them anymore because I haven't come to get them, because I missed their birthdays, because I'm not calling, because I'm not sending letters. I don't think that they know it's because I don't know where they are.
Neither does the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office. These 4 Port Orchard children have not been seen in more than a month.
My children have been kidnapped by their father.
So the Sheriff's Office obtained a warrant for the father's arrest.
I don't know what he's capable of.
37-year-old Joshua Susee.
That's interfering with the custodial rights of the parent who actually has custody, which is their mother.
He's believed to be across state lines violating court orders, possibly in Lebanon, Oregon, where his new girlfriend's from.
She has family in Oregon. She's from Oregon.
But Oregon authorities have been searching and aren't having any luck.
It is believed he is possibly in the Oregon area in a couple of different cities, but again, he hasn't been located.
Have you seen these children? 2 10-year-old twins, Archer and Phelan, a 6-year-old named Ember, and a 3-year-old named Hazel. The youngest has a heart condition, and her mom doesn't believe she's getting the medication she needs, and has other safety concerns too.
I just want my kids back, and I want for him to not to be able to do this again.
If he's arrested, his bail is $1 million.
Maddie White, King 5 News.
Let me get this off of my screen real quick so I don't keep playing. Okay. That is heartbreaking, y'all. Seriously.
I was so nervous doing that.
Oh, you did a good job though.
I was like, I had just pulled into the office after work, unloading my equipment, and they're like, "Hey, can we do an interview?" And I'm like, "Oh gosh, sure."
Yeah, I mean, you did
great,
really
man.
good on it. Crime Crazy, send me an email so I don't forget. So she's gonna the pictures that you sent to me. She's gonna post them, the newer pictures in the Facebook group.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, she did really good on that interview. You really did.
That was only like a fraction of the questions that she had asked.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, now it's out on the news. How far does his mom live from where that news station is from? Like, would that be a local news station to her?
For whose mom?
It covers all of
Josh's.
Western Washington.
Okay. So
And they have cable.
Seattle based, so.
So would y'all think she would see that?
Oh yeah, she watches TV almost constantly.
Okay. Or if she doesn't, then for sure someone she knows would see it. Who knows that Josh is her son.
Yeah.
So if she didn't know about an arrest warrant, she does now.
Yeah.
So that's good though. Because if she knows where he's at with those kids and she hasn't told, knowing that Hazel has not gotten her medicine, his mama needs to be held responsible too.
Well, that, and she's on the record telling the police 3 or 4 different stories.
About the kids being missing?
Yeah. When they first spoke to her, it was she didn't know where they were. And then at one point she told his lawyer that we had agreed to exchange the children on Friday. And then she told the police that they would be back later that night. And then she told the lawyer that they were vacationing in Cleveland. And then the last thing that she had told the police was that she didn't know where they were, and Josh had told her to not plan on seeing them ever again.
So police didn't question her on all these different stories that she told?
I like to believe that they're not pressing it because they're trying to make a case against her as well.
Okay.
But yeah, that's just me being optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, if she knows where they're at, she needs to be held with aiding and abetting and 4 counts of child endangerment or something against those 4 kids. Because, you know, you don't know what condition they're in. We know that Hazel's not getting medicine. So, yeah, she should be held responsible for that. For sure. She should be. Josh should be. Leanna, if Leanna's family knows about it, any adult that knows about it should be held responsible for it. I don't care if it's 100 of them. They should be held responsible.
There is something in the Washington RCW that addresses custodial interference that says that any adult that knowingly or willingly under the direction of the parent withholds the children is guilty as well. So,
well, I mean, if nobody else, that's him and Leanna right there. Wait, okay. So Paige said that she has sent everything over to the Gabby Petito Foundation, emailed a couple of other channels, and searched in some groups. This breaks my heart. Well, Paige, thank you for doing that.
Yes, thank you.
So I know the Gabby Petito Foundation, I know it has gotten really big over the last, let's see, Gabby will be missing 2 years this August, I believe it is. And it's gotten really big. So if they can pick it up and grab a hold of it and put it out there and get eyes on it too, that's going to be huge. Let's see. The amazing tip, I think his mom knows exactly where they're at.
Oh, totally. With as controlling as she is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're pretty sure that
no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, we're pretty sure the whole reason she stopped supporting me when I left him was because I didn't include her on my plans with the restraining order.
Oh, so she's one of those type of mother-in-laws.
Yeah, because I was afraid that if I shared that information with her, she would give him a heads up to try to keep us together.
Right.
Because for her thing is that we should have stayed together, even if he was abusive for the children.
Oh, no, you should not have.
Yeah,
She had told him previously that he should take the kids somewhere for a few days just to show her what she's missing out on and essentially like teach her a lesson.
Not tell me where they were, yeah.
So she'd come to her senses.
I don't mesh well with controlling people. And that pisses me off. For real. I can't stand a man to talk down to a female, belittle her
constantly.
I can't stand that. I hate that more than anything.
Yeah, at one point I told him that if we were going to work out, he needed to stop trying to intimidate me.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that he would continue to intimidate me because I need to learn my place and I need to back so far down that I'm cowering before him.
Oh, no. See, that, no. He would have, I would have been in trouble because I would have decked his ass just for that. I can't stand for a man to do that because men, they get off on stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they feed off of females' fears or kids' fears, and no,
That's why it's so frustrating seeing those comments on social media where people are like, well, if dads had equal rights, this wouldn't be a problem. And it's just like, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even know the backstory of this, the history that they have, the things that she's been through. And now her kids are missing, and you're sitting there saying these awful things about somehow she deserves it. Like,
yeah, that's what trolls will do.
Heart.
That's what trolls will do. They're miserable. They're not happy with their own lives, so they want to bring everybody else around them down. They want to complain about everything. I mean, we have them. They come into my chat every now and then, and you're going to have that, but just don't pay it any attention. Because if they see that it bothers you, which I know that it does, but if they see it, they're going to feed off of it too, and they're just like Josh. Honestly. Yeah. And so just you have with my channel, like when I was talking about this the first night when I talked to you on Messenger, like people was interested in this case. They wanted to get the story out. So people in my chat, you have a family here. Both of you do. You have people here who will support you and defend you. And when this story gets out to other channels, you will have them as well. So anybody that's talking down to you or talking shit to you or bashing you, just don't pay it any attention because they don't know the story.
Yeah, and I've been going about this all the legal way. Did I agree with the parenting plan that we got? No, but I abided by it for 2+ years because it was a legal document.
Yeah. And see, that's where, like, with you, and that's what I was saying earlier, like, I know that you have to do it the legal way. And people like us that are backing you, we can just run our mouth and say whatever we want to the trolls, and we have a lot of loudmouth people in here. Like nobody, I don't think there's anybody in here that takes anything off from anybody else like that. So if we were to see that, just know we would have your back. We don't put up with the bashing. We don't do drama, the bullying, none of that. Thank you, Stone Gator. Let's see. White Widow baby. Hey Riddler, how are you?
Well, it's good to have an entire community back in this now.
Yep.
It makes me feel less helpless.
Well, we're going to help you any way that we can. We're going to.
I'm just glad to see something happening. It's just felt so stuck for so long.
I couldn't imagine. Like he took on March the 2nd. It's been a month and 3 days. And it's just now.
We haven't physically seen them since January.
Oh well. But it's just now getting the traction. You know, and that's crazy.
And we had called for a welfare check on the kids the very first day that they went missing, saying we think that he might leave the state because he didn't bring them to the courthouse like they were supposed to.
Yeah, and they were being very patronizing.
Well, and they talked to his mom, and she said, "Oh, they just dropped a kid off somewhere. They're going to be back later tonight." And they were like, "Okay, have him call us when he gets back." And so he called
the well child check.
"Oh yeah, we're here. They're fine. We didn't leave the state." And they were like, "Okay."
Yeah, they didn't physically see the children for the well child check. They accepted a phone call.
And how much extra time did that give them?
Exactly.
A lot.
That is crazy.
So that's super frustrating.
Hopefully, well, not hopefully, I know that it's going to get out there more. Now that, it's already on Twitter, as much as me and White Widow Baby has shared it. Other people has retweeted it off of mine, I'm sure off of hers. What was that other... Let me see. I believe that our Facebook group, I think it was that one, that whenever you type in, let me see real quick, make sure I'm telling the right one. Yes, whenever you type in Archer Susee missing, it pulls it up in our Facebook group. It's like fourth on the search results. So it's, it's getting out there slowly but surely.
Yeah, I thought they had to physically see the children for a well child check as well, but apparently not.
Yeah, because they could have been in Canada whenever they was on the phone.
Yeah, somebody calling in saying, "No, we're still here in the state, and the kids are still here and well."
That's laziness on law enforcement's part.
Set up a GoFundMe for lawyers' fees. Yeah.
You should.
Yeah.
Private investigator, anything.
Chelsea, you might have to help me with that.
Yeah.
Yep. That would help you. And we can post it on the Facebook group if you need us to. Let's see, what are we talking about? Bella, they're supposed to what page? I missed the whole conversation.
Physically see the children.
Okay. Yeah.
Anybody can say anything over the phone.
Right. They could have a kid say, "Oh yes, I'm Archer," and it not even be Archer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And his phone has been off ever since that phone call, so.
Hopefully they're tracking it though, just in case he does cut it back on, even if it's for just a minute.
Yeah.
Unless he's somewhere that he's not getting the signal. So Stonegator posted Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. Stonegator, thank you. Okay, so was it White Widow Baby wants to know, was it FaceTime or just a regular phone call?
It was just a regular phone call. The deputy had given his card to Josh's mom, so I'm pretty sure she either texted a picture of or got that phone number to him somehow for him to call.
So can I get a warrant to search the girlfriend's property? Does she have property of her own, or they were living together, right?
They were living at Josh's mom's house.
Okay. I'm gonna print out the flyers tomorrow, post them somewhere over here on the East Coast. Thank you, Paige. I mean, just anywhere is helpful, because they could be anywhere, honestly. We're just assuming Missouri or Oregon or whatever. They could be on the East Coast chilling. They could be down in Florida. They could be anywhere.
Yeah. Because he might have thought, oh, they might check these places. Let's go somewhere we don't know.
Right. Okay, Crumb Crazy said, why does Joshua's mother have nothing on her Facebook page when she has recently posted?
Has nothing about her grandkids missing because she's covering for him. And that would be admitting that her son did something wrong.
Oh, yeah, narcissistic people can't do that.
He uses any bank that will take him.
Let's see, nothing about the kids. She is a piece of shit.
I don't think there's anything on his sister's social media about the kids either.
That is crazy. You have family members. Well, I mean, to them, they're not missing because they know where they're at.
Exactly.
I mean, if you look at somebody who has missing family members and they're not posting anything about them, that's because they know where they're at. That's what that is. Because if they were truly missing and the grandmother didn't know where they were at, talking about Josh's mom, she would be posting.
Yeah, she'd be worried about him.
Right. My son's missing. His girlfriend's missing. My grandbabies are missing.
Like, if you go to my parents' Facebook pages, most of them, my family has the flyer as their profile picture.
And I think the comment that she made to the police about how the system had failed the kids.
Costume Girl Facebook either. I'm pretty sure that's his sister.
Oh yeah, Michaela.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's how you know whenever somebody knows where a missing person is.
Oh, she posted something. Michaela posted 6 hours ago.
Not about the kids, though?
Now that it's official public knowledge and I'm tired of the DMs, my brother did in fact take his 4 children and has disappeared. He did so after the courts and police failed to protect his children from abuse. I haven't seen or spoken to him since February, but I do think he is doing what is best to keep my nieces and nephews safe and loving environment, regardless of what the law may say is right or wrong.
Oh, so now she's on his side, because before it was, they're both good people, they're just not good for each other. And before that, she knows everything that was happening.
Weren't you friends with her before?
Yeah. I told her about what was going on before I told her mother. She knows.
Nieces and nephews, and there's only one nephew.
She knows exactly how he is because she had the brunt of it.
Chrome Crazy said, well, she can kiss my ass. Of course, she didn't spell it like that, but I will tag the sister in every post I put out.
Please do.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, people like that who just want to talk shit, just don't pay them any attention. It's not like you have other things that you're worrying about, they're not worth it. Really.
It's just amazing how people get amnesia. Just completely forget all of the abuse that Madison went through at his hands.
Right. Let's see.
And the children.
Okay, Stone Gator, thank you. This thing is getting interesting. This way, I may need to keep pushing. Oh, the amazing tip, yes, for sure. We're gonna keep going with it. That's that narcissism, right, little baby? That's what that is. The sister's being defamatory. There is no record of abuse by Madison. Someone needs to shut down that mouth. Let's see. Tell them to screenshot the RN before they take it down. Did you get a screenshot of that, Chelsea, what you were just reading? So if y'all haven't got a screenshot of it, y'all need to.
I just got one.
Okay. That way y'all will have that, because she can't be making accusations like that. It was proven that there was no abuse on your part, so...
Well, I gave them all the evidence to prove that it didn't happen.
Right. And there was no charges brought against you.
And I didn't even go before a judge.
So she can be sued for that.
I know the prosecuting attorney says that no charges have been brought against me as of yet, pending further police investigation, but I've given them all the same stuff that I gave to the court to get the restraining order dropped. So if that's not enough to get a restraining order on, it's not enough to charge me with abuse because nothing happened.
Right. Well, she clearly, what she just did was illegal. I mean, and if she wants to talk shit about somebody, well, if her brother hadn't done something wrong, there wouldn't be an arrest warrant out for him right now.
Yeah.
So maybe she needs to think about that.
You can't just go to the courts or the cops and make up stuff and then have them put out a $1 million bail warrant.
Before he's even arrested. Like,
yeah.
You go to jail, you're on $1 million bond. So, I mean, she needs to think about that before she's all over social media running her mouth. Because, I mean, she kind of, if you think about it, she contradicted herself. Her brother did take the kids and run off, and she don't know where he's at. But he did it for a good reason. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and what does it say?
She's okay with her niece not having...
I haven't seen or spoken to him since February, but he didn't run until March.
Does his sister that said that, does she have kids?
No.
Okay. I was about to say, well, how would she feel if she was in your shoes right now?
She's 28, 27. We used to be best friends.
But now she's...
So, yeah, I was telling her all the abuse that we were going through. And she's actually the one that encouraged me to start talking to her mom about it.
Wait, who are we making into Relish? I just missed a whole conversation in chat. Let's see. I know you have your plateful medicine, but I'd go have her up. Being a big time thing. Yes, he did break the law. I mean, yeah, she actually. And Laurel in Seattle, how are you? But yeah, she admitted that he broke the law.
I guess breaking the law is okay as long as you feel like you're doing it for noble
The right
purposes.
reasons.
Right.
Well, I guess that means people that don't have money can rob banks because, well, we need money.
Right. But she admitted that he ran off, that he broke the law. And that shows what type of person she is. She's upholding it.
I don't know how she got.
Same way.
How did she find out if she hasn't spoken to him since February, but he ran in March?
Good question.
Didn't she say something about she was tired of all the DMs?
Yes, people in his family and his friends have been seeing it and probably messaging her, asking about it.
So maybe
she knows that he left, either his mom told her or she's talked to him.
Especially if she's of the opinion that he's doing the right thing. Somebody had to have said their side of the story.
She's lying. For sure. She knows where he's at.
Yeah, him. What he's trying to keep them safe from is that I was accused by one of the children of getting upset at them for not bringing in one piece of firewood, and that I make them do all the chores around the house every single day, all by themselves, and they only understand how to do 2 of them, and that I slapped them twice across the face and then drug them through my entire house and threw them outside in January in nothing but shorts for 5 hours.
Oh, wow. That is so crazy.
And we have a Ring camera on the porch that shows that none of that happened.
Yeah.
Well, and our parents were home at the time and also gave a statement to the police that that did not happen.
Did he make one of the kids say that to an officer?
His mom did.
So she made one of the kids say that?
Josh's mom is the one that called the police.
Oh, see.
Josh was at work.
And they had kept him home from school that day. So she had all day with him prior to him talking to the police officer.
Well, then her ass needs to go to jail too.
Because in her statement, she said that she needed to talk to Josh to see what to do first. But in the child's statement, they said that they told their dad first. And didn't tell Grandma until later because she was having carpal tunnel surgery.
Yep. It sounds like the whole family needs to have their own cell block. Hey, Brad, how are you? It still is. Okay. Ugly minds, delusional. Yes. Oh, and the amazing tip. I think, like I said, I asked everything about this dude except for what size clothes he wears. I can't think of anything else.
I think he wears an extra large. And he prefers boxer briefs. And he only wears black socks.
Is it ankle socks, no-show socks, or crew socks?
Ankle. Well, okay. Kind of in between ankle and crew.
Okay. Brad, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. White little baby.
I watched this man's clothes for 7 years. I would not have lasted that long if he wore tidy whities.
That'll be helpful to the jail staff.
Yes, the kids do chores. The same chores that I remember doing when I was a kid. All age appropriate, and everybody helps out.
And there ain't nothing wrong with that. Just people want to find something to bitch and complain about. That's all it is to it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was mad at his mom when he left for making him finish his chores. So they played off of that and used that to their advantage.
Yeah, we would have an issue if someone made my child lie to the police to get me in trouble.
Well, I know most of what was said is a conglomeration of other happenstances. Because I know one time they were supposed to bring in wood and didn't. So it's like, okay, well, your consequence is no tablet time.
Mm-hmm.
And I know another part of this story was that that the girls were outside playing. And it's like, okay, yeah, that was one day, but it was like 3 weeks before the wood incident. So it's like all these different things that happened were balled into one story.
Patchworked together.
Yeah.
Right.
And exaggerated.
Like the day they said it happened, I wasn't even home. I was at the vet with my cat.
That's ridiculous. So if you have to use your kid or your grandchild and make them lie to get someone else in trouble.
Yeah, and they said that they should believe what was being said because the details in his story, because he could tell you what time of day it was because of the position of the sun.
Oh, wow. I don't know. We just got to find them and get them back home. Yeah, and wait, what a baby. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with kids doing chores.
And they don't have that many. I mean, I ask them to make their bed and clean their room on a daily basis. Does that happen? No. Most of the time you can't see their floor.
But that's just a kid thing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you guys gotta clean your room. I hope it's still a mess from yesterday. You gotta clean your room. They'd put it off until it was time to go visit their dad, and it's like, okay, you're leaving now to go visit your dad. Your room needs to be clean before he comes to get you, because it's nice to come back home to a clean room.
Right.
But outside of that, I mean, they helped with the garbages every week. They'd take turns walking the dogs and bringing in firewood. And that's really it.
It teaches them, though, how to be responsible adults.
Mm-hmm. Heck, I remember carrying in firewood when I was a kid.
Oh, God, yes. Learning responsibility at a young age is important, yeah. That it is. Yeah, it is almost 4 o'clock where I'm at.
My own sister-in-law was the supervisor at CPS that he was getting different people to call into and tell lies. Who was calling into CPS?
Wait, Paige, who are you talking about? My own sister-in-law was the supervisor of CPS, And he was getting different people to call in to tell us. Oh, wait. Let me go up and see what page, if there was anything else in chat she was talking about. And I don't see anything.
That's what's wrong with kids today. Their parents don't make them do chores. Amen.
You got the papers. Okay. Yeah, Judy, it's almost 4 here. Okay, well, I don't see where Paige had answered. Maybe she'll answer in a second. I was curious who she was talking about.
And also, we had CPS called and asked to come and investigate several times over the years. And when they would come out, they would say, we're pretty sure that we know who it was that was calling, and we're just, following through and doing our due diligence, but we've been here before and we know, there's nothing to see here. So they would do their check and write their report and file it away because there's nothing of concern. But they just kept calling. So they've been working at this, trying to get her in trouble and get the kids taken away for quite some time now.
And basically, wasting resources that those CPS workers could be helping other kids.
Yeah, one of the reports was that Hazel at the time had a diaper rash that was so bad and it was nasty and bloody because I never changed her. The CPS lady spent 2 minutes here, watched a diaper change. Her bottom was completely fine. I was like, yeah, this is unfounded.
That is, people are just, I don't know. Some people out there, you have your good people, and then you have some that are just pure assholes. And just, they want to make everybody miserable. And that takes up a lot of energy.
And the one time that I called CPS on them was when one of my daughters came home with a bruise on her ear, and I asked what had happened, and they told me that she had gotten in trouble and drugged through the house by her ear. So I had emailed my lawyer and the guardian ad litem asking for advice on what I should do. And they told me to file a report with CPS, which is what I did.
Who drug her through the house, though?
They said that her dad did. And so because one of my children had told me that, I acted in their best interests, asked for advice from legal people, and followed that advice.
Right.
So the mugshot that they show, I'm assuming, is from when he was arrested for that, because I didn't know if he had ever gotten arrested or not. I found it on a Wednesday. I made the CPS report on a Thursday, and they came out and took their pictures, and then the sheriff's office came out on a Friday and took their pictures. So I never knew that he had gotten arrested or sat in jail over the weekend. So I'm 95% sure that with this case, why they waited until Friday to call the police on me was revenge.
Right.
Because I was arrested Friday night and I had to spend the weekend in jail because there's no court.
Yeah, that is crazy. He seems like he's narcissistic and controlling, but also has the mindset of a 10-year-old boy.
That about sums it up.
Very immature.
And then they ultimately dropped those charges because they didn't want to put a 7-year-old at the time on the stand to testify that that was what had happened. So he got away with it.
Yeah.
And was allowed to then progress to this.
Oh, well. I don't know why, but I just imagine him. I just imagine this Joshua dude. You know how those kids are, those 5, 6-year-old, 8-year-old boys, when they get mad, they just like lay on the floor and kick and scream and all that. For some reason, I imagine this dude doing that. don't know why. Just his age mentality and the way he acts and treats people and all that.
That's pretty accurate to what he does.
And the gross part is that when you have people affirming that behavior and telling you that you're doing the right thing, it just makes you want to do it more.
It's his mother upholding what he does, and that's not a good thing at all. That's what you call spoiled kids. They can do whatever, and mommy and daddy will get them out or pay money to get them out or whatever. Don't teach them responsibility or anything else.
And I know that there was something being done or said to the kids even before they left, because in the week after, when we were initially trying to get them back, when they were going through the restraining order stuff, I ran into his mom and Fay Lynn, the older girl, in Costco with my daughter, who's 6 years old. And granted, these are cousins. They've grown up together. They play together. They love each other. And Fay Lynn adores my daughter. And so she said, "Can I go and say hi?" And I said, "Absolutely," because that's her cousin and there was no restraining order against us. Mm-hmm. And she ran up and waved at Fay Lynn, and she did not even acknowledge that she was there, didn't say hi, kind of gave like a little half wave and then turned and looked at Leanne, Joshua's mom. And my daughter came back to me with just like this sad face and said, "Mommy, she didn't even say hi to me." And she was just heartbroken.
Yeah, Phelan's normally very, very chatty and super bubbly and bouncy and happy.
But that's
and she
from the grandma.
Loves me. And I made eye contact with her on the way out, and she wouldn't even respond to me, even though Grandma wasn't looking. Grandma was at the soda machine getting drinks, and we made eye contact across the food court, and I smiled and I waved at her real big just to let her know, like, I see you and I love you. Mm-hmm. And she just turned and walked towards the grandma and didn't even acknowledge me. And so I can't even imagine what they're being told about their mother and our family. And
they're brainwashing them. That's probably what they're doing, is brainwashing them.
Oh, they totally are. Amber at one point had told me, "Mommy, if you don't love us and don't want us anymore, then who are you gonna make us live with?"
And that's all coming from him and his family.
And then they stopped calling me Mommy and started referring to me as Madison, because Ember wanted to make me a picture, but she wanted to know how to spell Madison, because if she put Mommy on it, then Josh would give it to his girlfriend.
Oh, wow. That is...
Yeah.
That is
disgusting.
Yes. I don't even have a word for that. Like, there's got to be a word worse than disgusting.
Their behavior when they come back from their dad's house is normally really bad. Lots of acting out, lots of aggression. Trying to get them back into a routine normally takes most of the time that they're with us. And then by the time they're back into our routine and their normal selves is a couple days before they go back to his house, and then they start acting out again.
Right.
Even in anticipation of knowing that they're going over there, their behavior starts to change.
Mm-hmm.
That is sad. Callie Dom, how are you? Y'all, I really hate to call it a night. But I've got to get up at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I've got work in the morning too.
Yeah, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning here. And I still got to eat. I haven't even ate.
Thank you so much for doing all this.
Oh, yeah. Y'all are very welcome. Like I said, Yvonne Aggers is in Billings, Montana. Okay. Hold on.
No, there's no grandparents' rights unless you petition for it. Which is why Josh is doing most of what he's doing. It wasn't because he wanted to, it was for his mother. She wants the kids.
Okay. So I've got that down because I do remember I wrote something. Oh, yes, his family was looking at land in Montana. So I'll put that in my notes. Okay, but like I said, Chelsea, that goes for you too. If y'all have anything, any type of information, if y'all don't want to put it in the Facebook group, that is completely fine. Just send it to me on Messenger on Facebook. If either one of y'all have Twitter, y'all can DM it to me. Thank you, Callie Dom. Or I can send you my email address, and y'all can email me.
Does Madison have your Facebook contact information?
Yes, I've been talking to her on Messenger on there.
That is the quickest way to get a hold of me.
Yeah, now usually if you write me on Facebook, I probably won't see it until the afternoon unless I'm working on my computer. Riddler, yeah, I'll put it in the chat for you real quick. If it's emailed to me, I usually check my email 1,000 times a day. But either one is fine. And yeah, the Facebook group, anything y'all want to post in there, y'all are more than welcome to. And then we'll see if I can get in touch with some other channels and send them the missing person poster and ask if they can also share it so we can get it out. And hopefully, yes, credible channels. Yes. Some of them you have to watch. Okay. See, they don't need to be. No, they don't. That people doesn't need to use them for clicks and views and all that. No. And there's a few channels on YouTube that will do that.
Oh yeah, we've had those trolls already. My sister made a reel and somebody commented, "Oh, she's a content creator. This isn't true."
Yeah, just
that made me so mad.
You get people on any social media platform that's going to be a pain in the ass. That's why I said just don't pay them any attention. They don't know the story. And people will see something, and a lot of times, most of the people who are like that, they only see what they want to see or read what they want to read, and they only hear what they want to hear. It's kind of like selective reading and selective hearing. And then they take what they've heard, right, and they take what they've heard and they run with it without vetting any of their information. And then in the end, when somebody brings them receipts and proves them wrong, then they look like an ass.
Yeah, I read her what for, and she ended up deleting her comment.
Yeah. Callie Dom, thank you so much, and you're very welcome. Let's see. Search for recently purchased real estate in any and all of their names, perhaps. It's pretty interesting about her having family, though, in Montana. Okay. Thank you, Laurel. And I'm gonna get it put on my community page tonight as well. But y'all, I really gotta get out of here, so I gotta go eat. It's like 4:00 in the morning, and I'm about to go eat a hamburger. I'm like starving over here. Let's see. Let me check through chat. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anybody coming in. I don't think I have. Yeah, I'm working out at 5 a.m. Oh, Riddler, that's crazy. I need to be in bed by 5 a.m. I got to get up at 8:30 so I can stream that Letecia Stauch trial. Deal you fits. Have a good night. You too, Scott. Let's see. Julie said, I don't want to make more worries, but can the posters be put in hospitals, ambulances, fire departments? I would think that the hospitals and possibly fire departments would have like a community board that you could probably post stuff like that on. I would think. Especially a hospital. Everybody in the path of the storm. Oh, yes, Tad, the storm's tomorrow. I'm so sick of storms. And Tad, if you're in the path of them, you be safe too. So, y'all, I'm about to get out of here.
Yeah.
So, thank y'all so much for coming up, though, and giving us all this information.
Thanks for having so many good questions to ask.
Oh, you're welcome. And like I said, I'm pretty sure I will come up with some more questions. My mind will get to working, and I'll come up with something, or somebody will email me. So if I have anything else, I may message you and drop my question in there for you.
Yep, we'll answer them as soon as we can.
Okay. Well, anytime y'all want to stop by and hang out with us, y'all are more than welcome to.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So I'm going to get out of here, but I hope y'all have a wonderful night, and prayers to both of you and to the 4 babies, and even to Leanna's kids, because we don't know what they're going through.
Yeah.
That
they are just kids too.
Right. And so prayers to them too, that they're all okay and they're all going to be brought home safely.
And heck to Leanna as well, because I don't know what she's going through either.
That is true. Especially if she's scared of him. For sure. Let's see. Laurel, have a good night. Brad, have a good night. So, all right. Well, I'm about to get out of here. So I can go eat. Right. So thank y'all for coming up. I hope y'all have a wonderful night.
Thanks, you too.
All right.
Night.
Night. Okay, y'all. So I am going to get out of here for tonight as well. I got to get up at 8:30. Letecia's thing starts at 10 o'clock my time. If the weather is not doing bad here at that time, then I'm going to stream it. Hey, Tonka. If for whatever reason I'm not able to, then I will post something in the community, on the community page, letting y'all know, because the storms are supposed to start in the morning and they're supposed to go all the way to like Thursday night. So anybody in the path of them, y'all be careful, because the storm has been getting like super crazy. So thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Thank you to Chelsea and Madison for coming up and answering the questions about the kids. Y'all, the poster is on my Facebook group, both Facebook groups. It is on my Twitter. grab it, screenshot it, share it, send it out to people, email it, whoever you need to. We need to get these kids' pictures out there and Joshua's picture so these kids can be brought home and so little Hazel can get her medicine. So I love you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful night.